Hey, good, good. How are you? Was Jonathan, right? You're with SPME now?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Yeah, ako sa PCDA ngayon eh.
Oo nga.
Nag-chair. Vice Governor. Ano may cousin? Bernard. Switzerland. Pwede doon sa gitna. Ganito sir. Okay, sir.
Ito pa po. 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Ano yung Vice?
Anong birthday ni no? Sessions resume. Session suspended.
Speaker said, yeah. I talked to speaker. Wala naman, oh.
Ano naman galing doon, di ba?
Opo, open ano lang naman.
Hindi na pala yung flag ceremony.
25.
Sabi mo sa akin magkano.
Bawal kang mag... Oo.
Tasha?
Kayo na, boss. Kayo na, boss.
Meron na? Sessions resume. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8980 as contained in Committee Report number 766. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to read the title of the said measure.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the proposed House Bill.
House Bill number 8980, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2024.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of House Bill number 8980 is that we are in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that we proceed to the consideration of the proposed budget of the Congress of the Philippines.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Faustino Ino AD, the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations.
Senior Minority Leader Paul Daza is now recognized for your interpellation.
Good morning, Speaker. It's my honor to manifest on the floor that there are no members of the minority who wishes to propound any questions. I therefore move to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate for the budget of the House of Representatives for the fiscal year 2024.
Thank you. My Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the budget interpellations of the Congress of the Philippines.
There is a motion to approve the budget of the House of Representatives. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is now approved and terminated. Congratulations. Session suspended.
Depende. Ano yung Development Authority of the Philippines ba yun? Development Authority. Development Academy. Okay.
Sessions resume. Session suspended.
Tatayo na.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize, may we request that we first recognize the heads of the various offices and agencies. The Development Academy of the Philippines, led by the President and the CEO, Attorney Engelbert C. Caronan Jr. The Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan, led by Mr. Mohamed Hussein P. Pangandaman, the Administrator. The Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, led by the Administrator and Chief Executive Officer, Secretary Katrina Ponce Enrile. The Basis Conversion and Development Authority, led by the Executive Vice President, Attorney Gisela Z. Calalo. The Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, led by Jonathan D. Tan, the Chairman Administrator. The Southern Philippines Development Authority, led by the Administrator and CEO, Mr. Abdul Ghani Salapudin, and the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority, led by Mr. Raul M. Regondola, Chairman and Administrator.
We recognize the presence of the different heads and officials of Development Academy of the Philippines, the Authority Freeport Area of Bataan, and Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, the Basis Conversion and Development Authority, and Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, and Southern Philippines Development Authority, and the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority. Welcome to the House of Representatives po. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Nika Ko, the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, to answer questions on the proposed budget of the various government corporations.
Congresswoman Natasha Ko, you now recognize, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Vice Chairperson for Appropriations, it is my privilege to sponsor the proposed budget of the Development Academy of the Philippines, Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan, Basis Conversion and Development Authority, Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, Southern Philippines Development Authority, Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, and Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone for fiscal year 2024. I'm now ready to answer any questions.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Paul Daza, the Senior Deputy Minority Leader, for his interpellation.
The Senior Minority Leader, Paul Daza, is now recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. May I ask the good sponsor if the head of the Development Academy of the Philippines is present this morning?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There being no members of the minority who wishes to propound questions to the Development Academy of the Philippines, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship debate for the budget of the DAP for fiscal year 2024.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the minority in moving for the termination of the interpellation for the budget of the government corporations.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpellation and the proposed budget of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Is there any objection?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, what's the pleasure of the minority leader?
our motion was for the DAP only.
Yeah, DAP only. Or
Yes.
DAP only.
Okay, thank
That's
you,
why I
Mr.
said the Development Academy of the Philippines is now terminated. Congratulations, DAP.
Move to suspend for...
Yes, suspended.
Ba't DAP lang?
Paul, Paul.
Cagayan Economic Zone. Saan yung Bataan? Sir, po na. Cagayan Economic, wala.
Resume. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume the interpellation on the proposed budget of the Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is carried. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Mujib Hataman for his interpellation.
Congressman Mujib Taman is now recognized for your
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat at sa mga eco zone, different GOCCs na andito ngayon. May the distinguished sponsor yield to some clarificatory questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, magkano ang kabuuang budget ng GOCCs na pinipresenta natin ngayon?
For Zamboanga Economic Zone, Mr. Speaker, we have a total of 249. Yeah, pero wala, I don't have the entire. So, isa-isahin ko. Isa-isahin ko. Zamboanga po. Ito tama to, no? 249. For Zamboanga Economic Zone, we have 207 million pesos. For
Mr. Speaker, one
yes.
suspension.
Session suspended.
I don't have the total. Isa-isa. Ito. 3.7. Lahat na lang. Ito to. Tinutal na. Lahat na. Okay. Okay. So, ito ay, yung una is income. Okay. Okay na.
Ito po ma'am yung sa ano natin, yung budget nila 3.7.
Okay.
Kunin ko lang po income.
Paano na to?
Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, the entire income for the GOCCs is about, the entire budget for the GOCCs is about 3.732492 billion pesos.
At magkano naman ho ang
Subsidy.
income ng mga GOCCs na ito? Lagi na lang kasi ang pinapalag.
Addition na nagagal. Kasi isa-isa eh. Yeah. Ito total na lang. Net na lang. Para I can say net income.
Session suspended.
Where na-add lang. Ay, 2023.
Session is resumed. Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, the net income for all the GOCCs, all the economic zones, is 694,235.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, sa mga GOCCs po na nabanggit nyo, meron bang nalulugi at merong kumikita?
Yes, we have, Mr. Speaker, the Cagayan Economic Zone, and Zamboanga Economic Zone, Mr. Speaker.
Kaya ko ho nire-raise ang puntong ito, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Kasi marami ho tayong GOCC na hindi nagkakasya ang subsidyo ng gobyerno sa kanila. And na maliliit din ang subsidyo natin pero hindi nagkakasya even yung income nila pag sinasama natin. Pero meron namang malalaking government corporation, malaki yung subsidyo na ina-allocate ng national government, pero malalaki rin ang kita. Katulad din ho ito ng SUCs at katulad din ng mga lokal na pamahalaan. Kung sino pa ang malaki ang kumikita, yun pa ang malalaki ang mga subsidyo niya. Tingin ko, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ito yung panahon na dapat natin i-socialize even yung subsidy natin sa mga GOCC. Halimbawa, merong GOCC, malaki ang asset, pero hindi kumikita ang asset nila dahil konti lang ang binibigay natin. Halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, ano ang binanggit nyong eco zone na malaki ang kita?
Mr. Speaker, the biggest income is from Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority. Subic Bay.
Magkano ho ang kinikita
NBCDA, Basis Conversion Development Authority.
Magkano ho ang kinikita ng Subic Bay Free Zone kada taon?
2.9.
For SBMA, we have 2.9 billion, Mr. Speaker.
Magkano ho ang ginagastos nila kada taon?
Wala.
Ha? Hindi ba?
Natin sa waiter. Salamat. Salamat. Coffee lang. Session is suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, total expense for SBMA is 3.7 billion pesos. BCDA, 3.7 billion.
3.7 billion yung budget nila at 2.
Expense po, Mr.
Ang
Speaker.
expense nila, ang income nila,
Net income is 2.28 billion.
magkano ang new appropriation nila for year 2024? New appropriation for
Appropriations for 2020. Total appropriations is 2.1 billion, Mr. Speaker.
So sa kabuuan ho, meron silang 4 billion kada taon at ang ginagastos lang nila ay nasa 3 billion. At ang natitira ho doon, saan napupunta?
Mr. Speaker, it is remitted to the Treasury, National Treasury.
National Treasury. Ano naman ho ang pinakamaliit na government corporation na maliit ang kita?
Yung, Mr. Speaker, ang pinakamaliit pong income is Zamboanga Special Economic Zone Authority, which is negative 13 million.
Si Zamboanga City is negative pero GOCC siya.
Yes.
Tama ho ba?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Bakit ho nalulugi si Zamboanga Economic Zone?
Mr. Speaker, they were derailed by the COVID pandemic, but this year, which is 2023, they are having income. They're earning already, Mr. Speaker.
So ibig sabihin no niyan ngayong taon lang o ngayong taon or nakaraang taon lang nalulugi si Zamboanga Economic Zone?
2021 and 2022, Mr. Speaker, nalulugi po, but this year, 2023, they are earning already.
Anong main na pinagkakakitaan ho ni Zamboanga Economic Zone?
The source of income, Mr. Speaker, is on rentals.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang pagkakaalam ko ho, ang rental sa economic zone ay long-term lease, di ba? So ibig sabihin, nung panahon ba ng pandemic, nagkaroon ng exemption at hindi nangongolekta despite ng long-term lease sa economic zone?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So sa madaling salita, pag wala tayong rental holidays, pwede nang kumita at kikita na si Zamboanga Economic Zone.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Ano ang asset ni Zamboanga Economic Zone?
Ilang buildings? Mr. Speaker, ilang buildings? Ilang buildings? The Zamboanga Economic Zone has various buildings that they have rented out. Also, halal centers, Mr. Speaker.
Kumikita na ba ang halal center nila?
Halal centers, Mr. Speaker, is still not earning, but the rentals from the buildings is earning.
So paano ho ang operational expenses ni Zamboanga Economic Zone at masustain niya ang operation niya kung nalulugi siya despite ng new appropriation kada taon ng national government?
Kung ano yung, paano yung operation expense? Kano MOO? Yung operations expense. Oh, yung sa operations. The MOE, Mr. Speaker, is still provided for by the government. It's being subsidized by the appropriations. They are expecting that this will fly in the coming years, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, para hindi ho tayo maghaba sa pagtatanong. Una, humihingi po ako ng kopya ng plano ng Zamboanga Economic Zone, pati yung yearly expenditure nila, pati yung allocation, purposely para mapag-aralan. Pati ang last tanong ko tungkol sa economic zone, dahil nag-specify nyo yung Zamboanga Economic Zone, meron bang roadmap, halimbawa or plano, long-term plan si Zamboanga Economic Zone, para pagdating ng panahon, parang sasabihin natin, ang pinaka-goal namin, by year ganito, hindi na ho kami kukuha ng subsidyo sa national government at kami na ang magbibigay ng income sa national government. May ganong goal ho ba si Zamboanga Economic Zone?
Mr. Speaker, they are banking on the infrastructure like ports, buildings, etc. para po ma-continue ang income ng Zamboanga Economic
Ang
Zone.
tinatanong ko, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung plano ho ni Zamboanga Economic Zone, with the end goal na dapat darating ang panahon, hindi na ho sila sinasubsidize ni national government. Kasi nga ho, ang laki ng asset nila kasi ang pagkakaalam ko, by thousands of hectares ang asset ni Zamboanga Economic Zone. Pero sa totoo lang, parang nakadepende tayo sa rentals lang.
Ito, expense? Income deficit. Mr. Speaker, let me clarify. We have deficit of 14 million as of 2022, but as of June 2023, only 505,000 deficit, which means that they are improving their numbers and are currently earning. So the end of the year, they're expecting this to have a surplus. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ang hinihingi ko meron bang Zamboanga Economic Zone Development Roadmap si Zamboanga City Eco Zone? Kung meron, pwede tayong humingi ng kopya. Kung wala, so ang tingin ko dapat gawin ho yon ni Zamboanga Economic Zone.
Mr. Speaker, they are expecting to have more locators in the future. So far, they are working on 1.5 investment, $1.5 billion investment in their area. And the roadmap is towards infrastructure like steel plants, ports, buildings, etc.
At ang binabanggit nyo, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, ay nasa dokumento lang yan. Nasa dokumento siya, hihingi ako. Kung wala sa dokumento at kwento lang, wala ho tayo masyadong pag-uusapan. Dahil ang pagpapaunlad at pagpaplano, hindi ho dinadaan sa kwento. Dapat ho dinodocument para meron tayong susundin na mga libro kung paano tayo gagalaw at paano natin gagawin pag magkakaroon tayo ng pondo. So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kung meron ho kayong kopya, pwede ho ba humingi ng kopya ng Zamboanga Economic Zone Development Roadmap? Kung wala, ang mungkahi ko, hindi lang tayo ho magsusumiti na kada taon ng ating budget, kung hindi, gawin muna natin ang plano para malinaw sa gobyernong ito na merong aspirasyon ang Zamboanga Economic Zone na magkaroon ng extra income upang makatulong sa national government. Dahil alam naman ho natin, lagi tayong deficit pagdating sa pondo ng national government. Kaya ang hinihingi ho natin na kumikita ang lahat ng GOCCs natin, hindi ho dapat nalulugi. Kaya nga korporasyon, kaya nga government corporation, hindi natin yan pinopondohan para malugi. Kung hindi, pinopondohan ho natin yan para kumita.
I agree, Mr. Speaker, and the Zamboanga Economic Zone will comply with the documents that my good colleague is asking for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
One last agency na lang ho, Madam Sponsor, Distinguished Speaker. Ako ho ay taga Mindanao, so napakalapit ho sa mga usapin ng Mindanao ang aking puso. Dahil nung nagsimula ako sa politika sa kongresong ito, nagsimula po ako sa advokasya ng Mindanao dahil party list representative ako nung anak Mindanao. Punta ako sa Southern Philippine Development Authority. Magkano ho ang appropriation ni Southern Philippine Development Authority?
Mr. Speaker, the approved subsidy for SPDA is 82 million pesos.
Magkano ho ang total assets ni SPDA?
Mr. Speaker, total assets for SPDA is 11.6 billion pesos.
Merong bang asset si SPDA na kumikita? At magkano ang kinikita nila kada taon?
Mr. Speaker, in total, the SPDA is earning 11.9 million pesos for 2022.
At ano ho yung mga direksyon, halimbawa bilang government corporation ni Southern Philippine Development Authority para madagdagan yung kita nila para hindi rin ho masubsidize na ng national government?
Mr. Speaker, they have agro-industrial projects as well as business infrastructures also, Mr. Speaker.
Distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, ano ho yung plano ni SPDA para hindi na ho sila isubsidize balang araw ng national government?
Hindi, parang hindi na kailangan ng pondo. Mr. Speaker, they're banking on idle assets and infrastructure as investment for their income in the future.
At magkano naman ho ang kakailangan ni SPDA?
Hindi, projection.
Paano yung kailangan natin?
Ilan ang pinaka-total na kailangan nyo para to... Mr. Speaker, there's about 1.9 billion pesos that they asked, but unfortunately was not able to get it.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, at a proper time, no? Before I terminate my interpellation, I would like to make a manifestation. Kung mapansin nyo, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, merong GOCCs tulad nung binanggit ko, malaki ang kita. Meron ding GOCCs na nalulugi. Pero hindi ho sila nalulugi kung papag-aralan mo, hindi dahil sa mismanagement, kung hindi ang dami nilang asset pero hindi kumikita yung mga asset nila. So ang tingin ko ho, sa mga darating na panahon, dapat una, i-socialize natin ang pag-subsidize sa mga government corporation. Halimbawa, si Zamboanga Economic Zone, kung klaro ang plano nila sa mga darating na panahon, by year na ganito nakikita sila, o si SPDA, ang tingin ko, appropriate lang, nabawasan ang pondo ng ilan at ibigay doon sa ilang GOCCs para kumita yung ilang GOCCs para makatulong sa national government. Hindi ho iaasa natin, dapat may time din pag-aralan natin kasi nga pareho naman silang GOCCs lahat. Ang objective ng gobyerno diyan, paano kumita ang mga GOCCs para sa darating na panahon makakatulong sa national government sa paglikha ng income. So with that, Mr. Speaker, at a proper time, tingin ko, pwedeng kausapin si DBM katulad ni SPDA, malaki ang asset nila. Ang tingin ko, pag-aralan natin kung paano kumikita at dagdagan natin ang pondo. At ang iba pang mga economic zone, pag-aralan natin paano madaling kumita at kikita ang kanilang mga asset. So with that,
Mr. Chair, that is fully noted, your manifestation.
So with that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, at a proper time, I think during the budget deliberation of the DBM, we have to present this to the Department of Budget and Management so that comes a time, ma-socialize natin yung pag-allocate and at the same time, kumikita ang lahat ng GOCCs at hindi nalulugi para merong hangganan ang pagbibigay ng subsidy. At baliktarin natin ang sitwasyon, si national government ang tinutulungan ng GOCC at hindi na si national government ang tumutulong sa mga GOCC dahil yun yung ating layunin sa paglilikha ng GOCC. With that, I end my interpellation. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Kong Mujib. That is fully noted. Congressman, the Senior Deputy Minority Leader, Paul, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. Will the sponsor yield?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. May I ask, what is the 2024 NEP allocation for the BCDA?
Mr. Speaker, 2.1 billion, Mr. Speaker.
And I know BCDA has many assets. What's their corporate income or internally generated funds, more or less on an annual basis?
Mr. Speaker, they have earned 6 billion pesos for 2022.
And why do they still need to be subsidized if their income is so large?
Mr. Speaker, 3.7 billion pesos has been remitted to the National Treasury from the net income.
From their income.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So they have income retention. They comply with the law on dividends, which is at least 50%.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I have one particular concern. We have a very good law that established the free public Wi-Fi program. But to be able to fully implement the free public Wi-Fi program, we also need to fast-track the fiber optic backbone development, which we call the National Broadband Plan. I was told BCDA was involved with a broadband plan. What's happened to that? How much can the sponsor share some details on the fiber optic project that BCDA was involved with recently and in the last few years?
Mr. Speaker, they have invested 1.2 billion pesos for the said project.
Has that been completed?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any other projects upcoming to support the National Broadband Plan?
Internet din po ito. Yun na lang. The fiber optics going to the last mile towards to the special economic zones is now underway, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. It's good that BCDA is helping with that. We need all the help we can get for the broadband and the free public Wi-Fi program. May I just request from the sponsor, from BCDA, their latest financial and operational reports, including a summary on the Wi-Fi or broadband plan projects, because I want to relate that to the DICT-related projects. Can we get that by early next week?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, BCDA will comply.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all for my questioning.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman Paul, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the session for a few minutes.
Suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
Sessions resume. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Senior Deputy Minority Leader
The
for his
senior,
manifestation.
the senior minority leader is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having heard the good responses to the previous questions, and there being no members of the minority who wishes to interpolate, I move for an omnibus motion to terminate the deliberations for the following government corporations: Authority, the Freeport Area of Bataan, Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, Basis Conversion and Development Authority, Southern Philippines Development Authority, Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority, except SBMA. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in moving for the termination of the deliberations of the budget of the aforementioned government corporations except the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a omnibus joint motion to terminate the budget of the aforementioned agencies, GOCCs. Is there any objection? The proposed budget, except for SBMA, is now terminated. Congratulations.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the session for
Session
a few
suspended.
minutes.
Pupuntahin ko na lang.
Okay, sessions resume. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is carried. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials from the Department of Social Welfare and Development, namely Secretary Rex Gatchalian, Undersecretary Monina Josefina Romualdez, Undersecretary Edward Justin Orden, Undersecretary Diana Rose Cahipe, Undersecretary Denise Florence Bernos Bragas, Undersecretary Vilma B. Cabrera, Undersecretary Alan Tanhusay, Undersecretary Eduardo Punay, Undersecretary Rowena Taduran, Undersecretary Fatima Alia Dimaporo, Assistant Secretary Janet Armas, Assistant Secretary Ulysses Aguilar, Assistant Secretary Ada Colico, Assistant Secretary Florentino Loyola, Assistant Secretary Irene Dumlao, Assistant Secretary Elaine Falarcuna, Assistant Secretary Evelyn Macapobre, Assistant Secretary Baldir Bringas, Assistant Secretary Juan Carlo Marquez, and from attached agencies, Executive Director Angelo M. Tapales from the Council of Welfare of Children, Executive Director Janela Ejercito Estrada from the National Authority for Child Care, and Executive Director Honiro Fradejas from the National Council on Disability Affairs, Deputy Executive Director Maricris Calipo Cabural from the Juvenile Justice Welfare Council, and from the supervised agencies, Lead Convenor Lope B. Santos III from the National Anti-Poverty Commission, Chairperson Jennifer Pia Sibug Las, National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, Chairperson Elpidio R. Jordan Jr., Presidential Commission for Urban Poor. I so move.
Before I recognize the DSWD family, please settle down. Silence, please. Please settle down. And we'd like now to acknowledge the presence of the heads of the DSWD from Secretary Rex Gatchalian, USEX, ASEX, and the executive directors and the supervising agencies. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the session for a few minutes to allow the technical staff and resource persons of the committee to access the floor.
Session suspended. Dami. SWD yan. Session resume. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Jocelyn Lim Kai Chong, Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, to answer questions on the proposed budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Congresswoman and the Vice Chair, Lim Kai Chong, is now recognized to sponsor House Bill number 8980. You are now recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My distinguished colleague, it is my honor and pleasure to sponsor the proposed budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development and its attached agencies for fiscal year 2024. With your indulgence, may I also recognize my esteemed colleagues who will be joining me in defending the budget of the attached agency. Representative Midi Kua for the National Commission on Indigenous People, NCIP, Representative Alfonso Mali for the Council for Welfare of Children and the National Council of Disability Affairs. And as co-sponsor, Representative Eric Yap and Rachel Arenas and Congressman Ronald Singson. Mr. Speaker, for fiscal year 2024, the DSWD Office of the Secretary has a total budget of 207.368 billion pesos based on the National Expenditure Program. Following its mandate of providing social protection and promoting the rights and welfare of the poor, vulnerable, and disadvantaged individuals and communities, DSWD has continuously provided the support necessary to address systematic inequalities. Through its attached agencies, DSWD implements programs that focus on the needs of the marginalized sectors of our population, and DSWD's mandate is clear. No Filipino will be left behind. The DSWD major programs and projects to be implemented under their appropriation includes Pantawid Filipino Program, or 4Ps, the Social Pension for Indigent Senior Citizen, the Protective Services for Individuals and Families in especially difficult circumstances, the Kalahi Seeds Sustainable Livelihood Program, the Supplemental Feeding Program services for residential and center-based client, Disaster Response and Rehabilitation Program, and the Quick Response Fund. Under the leadership of our former colleague and now DSWD Secretary Rex Gatchalian, DSWD is introducing new flagship programs for social welfare. One is the Philippine Food Stamp Program, which aims to provide monetary support to 1 million identified food-poor households and decrease incidents of involuntary hunger experienced by low-income households. Second, the Tara Basa Tutoring Program for Children, Residential Care Facilities, and Kalahi Seats. Latest data for SWS shows that 51% of Filipino families, or 14 million families, still consider themselves as poor. The increased cost of living crisis sparked by surging inflation last year, combined with the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, is continuing to push Filipino into extreme poverty. This representation would like to emphasize that social service, poverty reduction, and the fight against social inequality should be among our top priorities. As representatives of the people, it is our duty to make the Constitution's promise of social justice for everyone a reality. So I implore Mr. Speaker and my colleagues to give the highest priority to the enactment of a budget that protects and enhances the right of all people of human dignity, to human dignity and social welfare. Let us capacitate DSWD to effectively fulfill its mandate of helping the poor, the vulnerable, and the disadvantaged sectors in our society. With this, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague, I'm now ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative J.C. Abalos of 4Ps Party List to interpolate the sponsor on the proposed budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development.
Congressman J.C. Abalos of the Party List 4Ps. You are now recognized for your interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, to our distinguished sponsor, and to the DSWD family and all its attached agencies, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Mr. Speaker, the DSWD is currently conducting a reassessment for the 4Ps program, encompassing approximately 1.4 million households, which includes 700,000 households that were removed from the program during the pandemic. This reassessment is anticipated to conclude by the end of the current month. Mr. Speaker, and to our sponsor, during our consultations with our constituents and to the beneficiaries of the 4Ps program, they presented this concern of whether or not the reassessment process has already been completed. Kamusta na po ba ito? I recall that the DSWD family pledged that as soon as the list was finalized, they would promptly take action to ensure that beneficiaries will receive the benefits of the 4-piece program?
Mr. Speaker, my colleague here is correct that there are more than 700 4-piece members or beneficiaries that there's an ongoing assessment, no? And there are a total of 1.1 households that are targeted for the SWIDI assessment for fiscal year 2023. And as of September 18, out of the total of 1,153,814 households, they're already assessed. That's around 99.62%, and they've already been assessed and encoded. So majority of the households are in subsistence level 2, with a total of 751 households, self-sufficient level 3, with 333,000 plus household. So survival number 1, level 1, with 4,157 households. While households not assessed with valid reason is around 64,894 households.
Mr. Speaker, maaari ko po bang malaman rin kung magkano po ang budget natin para sa 4-piece program for this year kumpara sa GAA natin noong nakaraang taon?
Well, for this year, under the NEPs, we have 112.835 billion pesos as compared to 2023 of 94.338 billion.
Mr. Speaker, kita po natin na there is a significant increase sa ating budget. I would like to know, would this increase be tantamount to added services or an added number of beneficiaries?
Mr. Speaker, the law says that we have to target 4.4 million household. Yung sinasabi natin na gap of 18 million or increase of 18 million probably would, parang contingency na yan. Kasi natin alam kung yung mga beneficiaries natin have one, because there's a maximum, no, for like education, maximum of 1 child, 2 child, or maximum of 3 children. So hindi natin malaman until matatapos yung assessment, no? But yung assessment matatapos siguro by end of this month.
Mr. Speaker, for clarification po, no, the 4.4 million households, ito po yung target natin sa GAA or yung basis po ng 4.4 million households? Is this under the 4-piece law?
It's both the GAA and the Philippine Development Plan. Both po. GAA and the Philippine Development Plan.
Mr. Speaker, it was noted a while ago but by our sponsor that around 40 million families still consider themselves as poor. And as pointed out by a recent survey, mayroon ring 43% ng Filipino families na sinasabi nila na mahirap pa rin sila. So ang tanong ko po, bukas po ba ang ating DSWD sa idea na dagdagan po natin ang mga beneficiary should the need arise?
Well, Mr. Speaker, ang ating dito is kung dagdagan ng budget ng Kongreso, then definitely we can add more. But under the law, nasa 4.4 million households siya.
Mr. Speaker, sa kasalukuyan po, may ginawang, may draft na batas na House Bill ang Committee on Poverty Alleviation, kasama ko ang aking mga mambabatas. At sa ilalim po nito, dinadagdag namin ang conditional cash grant. So, to summarize it in brief, no, meron ditong karagdagang 200 pesos pagdating sa educational grant, linatasan rin natin ang ating health grant, at meron rin ditong rice subsidy. This was supported by our NEDA Secretary during the budget briefing. So I would like to know po if the DSWD will be supportive of this, because it was also mentioned by our distinguished sponsor that a lot of Filipino families still identify themselves as poor as an impact of inflation.
Definitely, Mr. Speaker, any augmentation coming from the House is a most welcome development.
Mr. Speaker, noong 2019 at noong 2020, nakita ko po na nagkaroon dati ng Memorandum of Agreement ang DSWD at ang CHED, kung saan nag-endorse po ng 4-piece beneficiaries ang DSWD nag-endorse po ng 4-piece beneficiaries ang DSWD sa UNIFAST. So out of 1,015,697 beneficiaries, only 7,433 were facilitated to be part of the test. Ngayon, noong 2023 naman, there were around 700,000 4-piece beneficiaries who are test eligible. I would like to ask po our good sponsor kung ilan po ang test eligible nating beneficiaries for this year, and if there are current thrusts or efforts on the part of the SWD to do something similar po para mabigyan natin ng test eligibility ang mga estudyante na mag-graduate na po mula sa 4-piece program.
Mr. Speaker, and the number of 4-piece senior high school students to be enrolled in college from 2021 up to 2023 is around 1,687,764 high school students. Dapat nga priority ito. But yung sinasabi niyo na UNIFAST, that's under the purview or within the purview of the CHED budget. So tayo naman dito sa DSWD, we're coordinating with the CHED, and yung sa amin naman is the identification of the 4-piece senior high schools. But on the other hand, we also have the AIX program, which encompasses educational assistance.
Mr. Speaker, gusto ko pa pasalamatan ng ating DSWD for coordinating with CHED dahil mahalaga po na i-prioritize natin ang mga mahihirap nating kabataan na nag-graduate po mula sa high school. At kung hindi po posible ang TES, no, nakakatuwa po na meron naman pong AIX. Alam naman natin, napakahalaga ang edukasyon at sa ilalim ng 4-piece law, ang education grant, aabot lang yan hanggang senior high school at hindi yan naabot hanggang tertiary. Kaya salamat po sa ating DSWD. For my next question, this will be about the electric lifeline subsidy. The implementation of the said program has been moved to January 2024 to give qualified customers more time to register. According to the Energy Regulatory Commission, as of the end of July 2023, a total of 12,829 households benefiting from the Pangtawid Pamilyang Pilipino program have submitted applications for participation in the Lifeline Rate program, and by August 30, 2023, 47,171 individuals are registered. This figure stands in contrast to the 4.2 million household members in the 4-piece program. So, could our distinguished sponsor enlighten us po sa IRR natin for Republic Act 11552 o ang joint resolution ng DOE, ERC at DSWD tungkol sa implementasyon po ng Lifeline Subsidy Program?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, tama po kayo. There's a memorandum of agreement signed tungkol dun sa electrification subsidy program. However, DSWD is in the process of reaching out to all these people kasi masyadong mababa yung siguro yung awareness, yung hindi nila alam na may ganitong subsidy. So naghingi din si DSWD ng extension of the registrations of those possible applicants.
Mr. Speaker, gusto ko rin po matanong, no, mula nung August 30, 2023, gusto ko po i-inquire kung yung number ng registered individuals for electric lifeline subsidy, nag-increase po ba to ang mga 4-piece beneficiaries mula August 30?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, masyadong mababa talaga no, yung nag-register. And I think it's because kulang sa information. So what DSWD is doing now is to engage in information campaign No? Nagkaroon sila ng mga programs in the media, yung sa radio, to encourage those who are qualified to apply for this subsidy program, electric subsidy. Hanggang January naman po, 2024. So there's still time for them to apply.
Mr. Speaker, nakita ko po na isa sa mga requirements para maging kasama sa Lifeline Subsidy Program, ang consumption dapat below 100 kilowatt hours. Pangalawa, kailangan ipresenta ang electric bill. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, nakikita kong isang posibleng problema pagdating sa implementasyon na ito kung 4-piece beneficiary ang magkiklaim niyaan. Malamang, ang electric bill niya hindi nakapangalan sa beneficiary kasi wala namang sariling tahanan. Kadalasan, umuupa lamang yan. Kaya very possible po na mahirapan siguro, baka isa to sa mga hurdles. Kaya siguro onti lang rin yung application. So gusto ko po itanong sa ating distinguished sponsor, paano po kaya ma-address yung ganitong issue kung sakali ang electric bill hindi nakapangalan sa 4-piece beneficiary na gusto humingi ng Lifeline subsidy?
Well, na-anticipate na po yan ng DSWD Secretary and he's currently coordinating with ERC kasi si ERC naman talaga no, ang nagde-determine kung anong mga parameters kung sino makatanggap ng subsidy na yan. So currently, they are constantly coordinating with the ERC members doon sa listing. No?
Maraming salamat po. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, gusto ko rin po humingi ng update tungkol sa status ng ating food stamp program. So this was initially launched on July 18, 2023 in Tondo, Manila as part of its pilot run with expectations of expansion in the coming months. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to know whether the planned expansions have already commenced.
The first month of the 6 months was
Mr. Speaker, yung pilot program natin will start soon. As you said, hindi siya naka-kick off kaagad as what you mentioned. It's because of the slow process ng ADB. No? Hindi naman kasalanan ni DSWD. Grant ito eh. So they're just waiting for ADB to come up with their with the rollout. Pero ito po, yung areas, it will run for 6 months dun sa mga identified areas, pilot areas.
I know po, Mr. Speaker, kung saan po yung mga pilot areas na pinaplano po natin?
And if successful, Mr. Speaker, this program will expand no, to 1 million. But stagger naman siya. It's not like 1 million next year. Kasi yung budget na, may budget constraints din tayo. No?
My question po, Mr. Speaker, what parameters would be used in identifying the pilot areas for the food stamp program?
situations. You have conflict area, former conflict area, you have a GIDA area, you have a calamity area. Ang calamity area is Caraga, ang GIDA area natin is Birch.
So, yung parameters po ng identification of the pilot areas, like katulad sa barn, it's because former conflict area siya. And you have Isabela and Kamsur, Caraga, because they're disaster vulnerable areas, yung mga GIDA areas. And Tondo is the urban poor. So itong limang areas, Isabela, Kamsur, Barn, Caraga, and Tondo, were identified as the priority pilot areas.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to ask kung nagkaroon po ba ng mga challenge na na-encounter ang DSWD during the pilot phase. Siguro sa Tondo po, ano po yung mga naging challenges? Maari po ba nating malaman ang estado ng programa ngayong matatapos na ang actually magsisimula pa lang. So maari po ba namin malaman yung mga challenges na na-encounter ng DSWD sa pilot run para at least po maiwasan po natin ang mga challenges at kung ano ang magagawa natin para makatulong po sa implementation, malaman na po natin.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, we're just piloting it. So, these pilot areas will start probably in October. And from the 6 months implementation of the food stamp program, that's when we will find out the results and find out yung mga challenges na ma-meet nato during after the 6 months pilot program.
Yun lang naman po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po sa ating distinguished sponsor.
Thank you, Congressman Abalos.
Thank
Majority
you
Floor
din
Leader.
po.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Wilbert Lee of the Agri Party List.
Congresswoman Wilbert Lee of the Party List Agri. You are now recognized for your interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, to our DSWD family, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Would the distinguished sponsor yield to some questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, alam po nating lahat, mahirap maging mahirap. Sabi nga po, kung namamana ang yaman, namamana rin ang kahirapan. Obligasyon po ng gobyerno na tulungan ng mga nasa dulo ng lipunan para makaalpas sila sa tinatawag na intergenerational circle or cycle of poverty. I believe that if we have major infrastructure investment in the 2024 budget, we should definitely invest more in our people sa kanilang kalusugan, edukasyon, at maayos na pamumuhay or what we call human capital investment. Isa nga po sa tinututukan nating programa ng gobyerno ang Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program or 4Ps kung saan kabilang sa mga benepisyaryo ang milyon-milyon nating mga magsasaka at mangingisda. Naniniwala po akong maganda ang programa at napakahalaga ng batas na nagpapatibay dito. Kaya crucial ang maayos na implementasyon nito sa pangunguna ng DSWD. Naniniwala po tayo na hindi ito limos o dole out, kundi pamumuhunan sa kakayahan at kinabukasan ng ating mamamayan. Kaisa po tayo ng DSWD sa pagtulong sa mga nangangailangan nating kababayan para makaahon sila sa kahirapan. With the indulgence of my colleagues, allow me to play a short video na nagpapakita sa kalagayan ng marami sa ating 4Ps beneficiaries nitong mga nakaraang buwan.
Grant, nanganganib na maalis sa opisyal na listahan ng 4Ps beneficiaries ang 40 anyos at solo parent na si Miracle Manabat ng Santa Ana, Maynila.
Marami na bago sa buhay ko nung naging pantawid ako.
Sabi ni Miracle, naabisuhan na siya ng CityLink at case workers ng 4Ps, nag-graduate na siya sa programa. At wala na rin umano siyang natatanggap na ayuda mula pa noong Enero. Pinagkakasya niya ngayon ang 13,000 pesos na kita bilang merchandiser para sa pag-aaral ng 5 anak, pag-aalaga sa kapatid at tiyahing senior citizen at iba pa nilang pangangailangan tulad ng pagkain, prepaid kuryente at internet. Maganda umanong pakinggan na nasuri na sila bilang non-poor o guminhawa na ang buhay dahil sa 4Ps. Pero hindi umano nito inilalarawan ang tunay na pamumuhay nila ngayon.
Hindi naman ako mga panghabang buhay na nasa pantawid kasi gusto ko umasenso. Ang gusto ko magtrabaho, mabuhay yung mga anak ko.
Nasuri rin ng CityLink na non-poor ang pamilya ng 55 anyos at solo parent na si Imelda Javier.
Ako ang tinanggal. Dami dyan, sir, na mayroon pa namang kakayanan. May mga sakayan pa nga, sasakyan, tapos sila hindi natanggal. Ganun po, sir. Bakit po ganun?
Dahil wala na ring natatanggap na ayuda matapos abisuhan, nag-graduate na rin sa 4Ps, sa paglalabadan niya ngayon binubuhay ang mga nag-aaral na anak. Hindi makapagpakabit ng kuryente ang pamilya. Kaya nagtsatsaga na lamang sila sa paggamit ng power bank para sa kanilang ilaw at electric fan.
Nakakautang talaga ako. Pag nagbigay yung anak ko, sa ako bayaran din. Di kagaya dati na may cash na makasurvive ako. Sa pagkain, sa pag-araw-araw gastos, di ba, sir?
Ang mag-anak na ito na magkasunod na namatayan ng magulang na nasuring non-poor na ilaban ng samahan ng nagkakaisang pamilyang Pantawid na manatiling 4Ps beneficiary.
Hindi naman po kami tutol sa pag-exit ng mga kapwa namin beneficiaryo. Pero siyempre po, gusto namin madaan sa tama at talagang angkop na resulta ng validasyon.
Ayon sa Department of Social Welfare and Development, mula sa 1.3 milyong pamilya, nasa 800,000 families na lang umano ang madidelist sa 4Ps matapos ikonsidera ang epekto ng pandemya. Pero ayon sa SNPP, libo-libo rito ang di karapat-dapat na madelist dahil bukod sa pandemya, matindi ang epekto sa kanila ng inflation o bilis ng pagtaas ng presyo ng mga produkto at serbisyo sa bansa. Sa pag-aaral ng Philippine Institute for Development Studies o PIDS, humina ng 20% ang tunay na halaga ng perang natatanggap ng 4Ps beneficiaries dahil sa inflation. Kaya nararapat umanong itigil muna ang delisting at magsagawa ng revalidation ang DSWD sa mga inalis at nakatakdang alisin sa programa.
Yung 1.3 million na delisting, ang SNPP ay nakikiusap na i-revalidate kasi mayroong natag-as non-4 ay mahirap pa talaga. Kasi kung basihan ang listahan ng 2019.
Umaasa ang SNPP na mapagbibigyan ang panawagan nila, lalo't nakasaad rin sa batas na pwedeng magrekomenda ang 4Ps National Advisory Council na palawigin ang pagiging kasapi sa programa ng mga benepisyaryo dahil sa di inaasahang mga pangyayari.
Kahit hanggang sa makagraduate lang po yung mga anak ko, okay po, masaya na po ako ron. Hindi naman po ako aasa na sobra-sobra. Makagraduate lang po yung mga anak ko. Laking tulong na sa akin yun.
Tuloy. Dahil 2015,
Ikinalulungkot ko po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor na yung isa pong senior citizen dyan sa video ay pumanaw na. Mr. Speaker, as shown in the video, one of the pressing issues in the program is DSWD's delisting of 4Ps beneficiaries. Kaisa po ako sa magandang layunin ng prosesong ito para yung mga dapat na graduate na sa programa ay makapag-transition na at maisama naman sa mga beneficiaryo ang iba pang mas nangangailangan. However, may kalituhan pong nangyari sa pulisiyang ito na bigla po ang marami nating mga beneficiaryo na hindi na sila nakatanggap ng cash grant. Sa pagtatanong daw nila, tag na sila as non-poor. This is without prior notice despite their compliance to the program. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, may I ask the good sponsor, despite being compliant with the conditionalities of the program, ilan pong beneficiaries ang hindi nakatanggap ng 22-22 ng cash grants dahil under review sila? Magkano po ito sa kabuuan?
Mr. Speaker, yung tinatanong po ni good Congressman Lee, non-poor 4Ps household right now is being reassessed and mayroong 1,158,249 na mga household na considered non-poor. I mean, na hindi nabayaran.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, tama po ba ako sa pag-estimate na around 23.2 billion pa ang pera na nakalaan para dito dapat na hindi na ipamahagi ng DSWD na ito po ay mag-expire o dapat nang ibalik ngayong pong end of the year?
Mr. Speaker, it's a continuing budget, yung sinasabi niyo na 23, and that's why after consulting the SNPPs, no, yung mga members na nakita natin dyan sa video nyo, nagkaroon kaagad ng moratorium. No? The directive of the Secretary is to have that moratorium at saka hindi nagagamitin yung proximin test kung saan na-delist yung mga 4Ps member na sinasabi natin. And now, we're reassessing it and using the SWIDI. It's a tool used proximin with the heart. Yun ang sinasabi. Kasi nagkaroon na ng survey talaga, actual survey doon sa mga households. And yung sinasabi niyo na hindi nakatanggap, it's not naman na hindi na sila makatanggap. Retroactive siya.
Gusto ko lang klaruhin, no, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, 23.2 continuing appropriation, pero ito po ay magtatapos ngayong end of the year. Okay? Ibabalik ko po mamaya yung tanong, no? So, gusto ko lang ma-confirm if this is correct, 23.2 billion.
Yung estimated retroactive payment for the 755,638 household sa level 1 and 2, dun sa SWIDI assessment nila, nagkaroon, this SWIDI assessment was from January to September 2023. Ang amount cost ng retroactive is 12.69 billion lang.
12.69 billion. Okay. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ngayon namang 2023, meron pang mga 700,000 ang hindi nakatanggap ng kanilang cash grant for the first part of the year despite their compliance. Tama rin po ba yung estimate ko na around 86 billion pa po ito?
Yung unobligated allotment for 2023 is nasa 68.2 billion.
68.2 billion.
Yes, ito hindi naman na-expire. Continuing appropriations ito until 2024.
Okay.
So after the SWIDI, by end of this month, matatapos na rin yung SWIDI assessment, and yung 12.69 billion will definitely be disbursed doon sa mga tao na hindi nakatanggap in 2021 and 2022.
More or less, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, mga nasa 80 billion po ito. No? 80 billion na nakalagay po sa bangko, hindi na ipamahagi. Ito po yung halaga ng ayuda o tulong sa mga beneficiaryo. Utang po ito, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, sa ating pong mga beneficiaries. Sa nakalaang budget na ito, sabi nyo na nga na hindi naman po ito mag-expire at ito po ay continuing budget at nandyan lang. At sinabi rin po kanina na matatapos po yung assessment ngayong end of the month. No? Tama po ba na matatapos po ngayong end of the month?
Yung assessment po, in fact, nasa 99% na tayo.
Okay.
So that means we can assure you as well, my colleague, that the disbursement by end of the year will be around 94%. At least, we can assure you of the 94%. At rest assured din na hindi mawawala yung 60. It's actually, let me just correct, actual as of August 31, 2023, for the Pantawid Pamilya, we still had an allocation of 68.224, not 80 billion po.
68.2, yung 12 billion
Kasama
po
na.
from 20,
Kasama na, pasok na po yung 12 billion dun sa 68.
So hindi po ito ibabalik at hindi rin ito mawawala. Tama po ba?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a continuing program until 2024.
Okay. Can we get now a firm commitment from the good secretary? Kailan po pa talaga matatapos ngayong end of the month? Kailan po tayo magsisimula ng payout uli?
Ongoing naman po yung payout eh. And syempre may schedule yung mga payouts, di ba? It's immediate for motion to suspend.
To suspend?
Session suspended.
Definitely, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, for the record, ang ating pong start ng payout ay October. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, no? My next question is, kanina nabanggit na, retroactive ba ito doon sa mga na-assess na beneficiaries na na-assess na poor uli? Poor pa rin sila. Ito ba ay retroactive from 2022 up to present? Para lang po malinaw, distinguished Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, the department is also discussing this with their legal, but rest assured, they're trying their best as well to make sure under the force majeure laws na masasali talaga sila lahat.
Dalawa kasi ito, no? Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. The first one is yung pong mga na-assess na poor pa rin, na na-hold. Paano yung mga na-assess naman na non-poor na, pero bigla na lang silang naalis, nahinto yung payout, na hindi man lang po sila nasabihan, hindi man lang na-inform. So ano po ang mangyayari sa kanila?
So, Mr. Speaker, hintayin po natin yung completion ng SWIDI test, yung assessment. Because once it's there, then we get a better picture talaga kung sino yung poor at saka sino yung na-delist na kailangan ibalik. So, until then, we'll just have to wait, be patient, because next month naman ito, matatapos na rin. So,
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, gusto ko lang pong klaro, no, kasi ito po yung kaguluhan nangyayari, no. Marami pong agam-agam ang ating pong mga kababayan, kailan daw po ito maipapamahagi, kailan matatapos. Tandaan po natin, bawat araw, linggo, buwan na lumilipas na hindi nabibigay ang ayudang ito na nakalaan naman para sa kanila, marami pong pamilya ang naghihirap, yung mga nakalampas na sa poverty line ay bumabalik po uli sa dati nilang kalagayan. Kaya gusto po natin itong maklaro, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Gusto po nating malaman kung ito po ba ay retroactive. Kasi dito po sa dalawang klase na to, yung isa po ay na-assess na poor uli, no? Yung isa, maaring ma-assess na non-poor. Pero, bigla na lang po silang nahinto, no? At dahil dito po sa batas natin, meron silang period na dapat nating i-inform muna sila para po sila ay makapaghanda. Hindi po nangyari ito. Bigla na lang po itong naihinto, no? Again, with all due respect to our good secretary, dahil nangyari po ito nung hindi po siya ang nakaupo pa dyan, no? So, ang gusto ko lang pong klaro ngayon, ano po ito? Pwede ba nating gawin na lahat na lang ito, whether na-assess at poor and non-poor, ay ma-retroactive muna lahat from 2022 or from the last time na nabigyan sila up to ngayon, and then yung mga na-assess na non-poor ngayon, bigyan natin sila ng another 45 days ayon sa batas para sila alisin sa payout. Kasi para naman po meron silang oras na makapaghanda, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, pinaglaban talaga ng DSWD yung problema na ito. In fact, as we speak, sila naman, they are discussing this constantly with the people involved, the beneficiaries, yung SNPP. And for as long as they comply, yung compliant sila, no, dun sa bagi ng batas, walang problema yan, ibibigay nila.
Okay, baguhin ko po. Let me rephrase my question, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. For those compliant beneficiaries na na-hold, whether reassess or na-assess uli na poor and non-poor, retroactive ba lahat sila from 2022 or from the last time na nabayaran sila up to ngayong 2023?
Mr. Speaker, yes. The answer is yes.
Okay. For the record, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I want it to be put on record na lahat po ng mga na-hold na beneficiaries na ma-reassess or na-assess uli whether poor or non-poor ay maibabayaran retroactively from the last time na nabayaran sila up to ngayon na 2023. Tama po ba ako, Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor? And from the time ngayon, kung na-reassess sila na non-poor na sila, bibigyan natin sila ng notice at bibigyan natin ng 30 to 45 days bago nating ihinto ang payout para sila ay makapaghanda. Tama po ba ako, Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor?
Yes, tama po kayo. Mr. Speaker, tama po. No? Yung
Thank you.
mabuting representante. But of course, provided, no? Subject of course to the Rule 15.
Provided that they are compliant.
Compliant sila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, and to our good Secretary of the Social Welfare and Development for that clarification and for heeding our call to expeditiously distribute the supposed cash grants to our beneficiaries. My next question actually is about graduation from the program. According to the IIR of the 4-piece law, the DSWD in consultation with the National Advisory Council will formulate specific exit formula. Yung mga nag-graduate na, i-endorse po ito sa LGU, DOLE, or DTI for livelihood opportunities. May I know kung meron na ba tayong ginawang mga MOU with this? Ano pong plano dito po sa mga nag-graduates na?
Meron na. In fact, we've already endorsed yung mga
Mr. Speaker, yes, tama po. Mayroon na nag-graduate na na-endorse dun sa mga LGUs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. My next question is actually dito po sa beneficiaries. No? Ang target po natin ay 4.4 million beneficiaries every year. Tama po ba ang sinasabi ko na hindi ito naaabot taon-taon dahil po ba, ano po ba ang dahilan bakit hindi umaabot sa 4.4 million?
time, kaya hindi tayo umabot because of that issue. But the other times, may mga hindi sumunod sa condition na nag-drop out because inactive na.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, yung bago natin na target na 4.4 hindi nasunod because of the reassessment, yung sa SWIDI. But yung previous naman na mga 4-piece household, the reasons behind na hindi talaga natin matarget yung 100% 4.4 million kasi may iba doon na delist, hindi nasama or hindi na-qualify. Kasi some, they waive their right. Yung iba naman, non-compliant sila, no? At saka nakita, no, based on that, no, na hindi pala sila, turn out that they're not really poor. Or mga offenses sila na nakomit.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, in the interest of time, gusto ko pong sabihin na lang, ang gusto ko pong hingiin sa ating pong buting secretary dito ay kung po pwede po, pag hindi po ito naaabot dahil po sa attrition, may nag-graduate, may mga hindi po compliant, kung pwede po maging agresibo ang ating DSWD na ito po ay mapalitan at mapunuan agad ng ibang beneficiaryo. Nang sa gayon, yun naman pong ibang nag-aantay ay maipalit, ay mabigyan kaagad ng ayuda o ng tulong galing sa ating gobyerno. At isa pa, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kung pwede po natin itong palawakin pa, no? Gawin po natin itong 5 million kung maaari ngayong 2024. Kung kakayanin po ng ating budget, sana po ito ay maging malawak na 5 million.
Duly noted, Mr. Speaker, and yung sinasabi natin, mayroon tayo as of now 100,000 household na nasa wait list. So easily we can already replenish, no, or replace those that have exited, no, from the 4-piece.
Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker, the swing sponsor, na nagkukomit yung DSWD na magiging agresibo sila sa pagpapalit? At any given time, meron po tayong 4.4 million beneficiaries na nakakatanggap ng ayuda sa ating pong ahensya.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in fact, DSWD is already executing it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, my last point, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, before my times end, napag-usapan na po ba sa National Advisory Council ang rekomendasyon ng Philippine Institute for Development Studies or PIDS regarding the increase of cash grants? I ask this because last May 29, 2023, the PIDS report revealed that because of the COVID-19 pandemic and because of the inflation, the 31,200 maximum amount that a four-piece household can receive in a year had been reduced in value to only 14,524. Yung pong 300 pesos noong 2019, kailangan na po nila ng 366 pesos ngayon. Nabawasan ang kalahati ang value, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, nung yung total cash grant na pwede matanggap ng beneficiary. Ano po ang recommended action dito ng DSWD as lead agency of the NAC or the National Advisory Council? Because as stated in Section 10 of Republic Act 11310, the NAC or the National Advisory Council shall ensure that the grant amounts are sufficient to make a positive impact on the health, nutrition, and education of the beneficiaries and are timely received and spent by the beneficiaries. Did you propose this to the DBM? May this representation know why hindi na-include itong recommended increase sa 2024 budget proposal ng DSWD?
Mr. Speaker, the Council unanimously approved or agreed to that proposal of an increase, due, as you mentioned, about the inflation, about the cost of living has increased, and also the effect of COVID-19. So, okay naman, walang problema doon. With regards to the DBM, syempre, nagkaroon sila ng representation and they're also discussing this with DBM. Sana magkaroon ng special provision ang Kongreso na malagay siya sa program.
Okay. Thank you for that information, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Ibig sabihin po ba nag-request ang DSWD sa ating pong DBM tungkol po dito? Because with all due respect to all of our colleagues here who filed bills to increase the cash grants, pag-iintayin po natin ito, mayroon pa pong tayong prosesong pagdadaanan. So ang ibig ko pong sabihin dito, because under our law, our Republic Act 11310, nakasad na po doon, Section 10, na pwede po magrekomenda ang National Advisory Council to the DSWD ng kanila pong increase. Pag hindi na po ito kasya at nakita pong kulang na, no? And the DSWD as the lead agency can increase, no? Pwede na pong itaas. So ang gusto ko po sabihin dito, dahil po dito sa ating mga beneficiary ngayon, na araw-araw po, nandyan po, nakikita natin yung pong umalis na, yung pong kanilang food pie ay bumabalik na naman po doon sa pagkain ng noodles, ng instant noodle araw-araw. Gusto natin po silang tulungan na makapag-increase agad. Bagamat hindi po kasing taas ng mga nasa House Bill na na-file, na naipasa, ang rekomendasyon po ng PIDS ay 20%, no? Increase. So ang gusto ko po malaman, pwede ba itong gawin ng DSWD na ngayon?
Mr. Speaker, the power of the purse is with Congress. Sa totoo lang, gustong-gusto, na-concur na yan, tapos na si Council. And nasa atin na yan if we want to increase it by putting a special provision to allow the increase or the additional augmentation through a special provision to be taken from the unprogrammed funds. And nasa atin, kasi tapos na Noong nag-usap tayo tungkol dito, when this discussion was being done, tapos na yung NEPs.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, can the DSWD request for this? Because naniniwala po ako na dapat talagang taasan na ang cash grant sa harap ng mga dagdag na pasanin ng ating mga mamamayan na idinudulot ng pandemya at nagtataas sa presyo ng mga bilihin. Tayo po, handa po ang representasyong ito na makipagtulungan sa DSWD para maisakatuparan ito sa lalong madaling panahon. I hope our good DSWD Secretary can submit their proposal to urgently increase these cash grants para po, ito po, so that with the support of our colleagues here in Congress, we can propose the necessary adjustments with the budget of the DSWD at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The agency can submit the resolution no, of the council approving the increase, and the ball is in the hands now of Congress, whether to put it under the special provision under unprogrammed funds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to our distinguished sponsor from Negros Oriental and to our secretary. That will be all for me, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Wilbert, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of the Gabriela Party List.
Congresswoman Arlene Brosas of the Party List Gabriela. Ma'am, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the sponsor yield to a few questions, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Naku, marami palang question, hindi pala few, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the proposed budget for the Philippine Food Stamp Program for 2024 is 1.89 billion. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr.
Ilan po yung target beneficiary sa saklaw ng 2024 budget?
For the 2024, it's around 300.
Pero yung pera lang is for 50K.
Yeah. Yung
The money
Mr. Speaker, yung pera po na 1.8 billion pesos is actually good only for 50,000 households or families, no? Families? So it's only good for 50,000. But kung yung pilot program naman successful, then we would of course want to expand the program to accommodate more.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, inumpisahan, kanina narinig ko, no, wala pa, tama po ba, ang pilot test ng Philippine Food Stamp Program?
Yung pilot test po, magsa-start, Mr. Speaker, sa end of October in 5 areas po. As mentioned earlier,
Barm,
yung Barm,
Isabela, Kamsur.
Caraga,
Nakuha ko.
Kamsur, Atondo, and Isabela.
Mr. Speaker, yung tanong ko dito, specific, sa 3,000 household na target para sa pilot, wala pa, no? Wala pa talaga, as in hindi pa nag-start, October pa. Okay. Sa pilot implementation, meron na po ba kayong parang iniisip na magiging problema or ano yung kinakaharap na problema ngayon?
Hindi pa rin natin. Honestly, Mr. Speaker, hindi natin malalaman anong mga challenges that we will be facing kasi umpisahan pa lang po. But in 6 months' time, we will surely report to the good Congresswoman the result of the pilot project.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, bibigyan ng electronic benefit transfer cards na may food credits worth 3,000 ang mga beneficiaryo kada buwan. Maaring bumili ng food items sa mga DSWD registered o accredited local retailers. Ano-ano po yung mga sinasabi dito na accredited retailers?
Mr. Speaker, currently, since this is foreign fund, technically assistant. There's a foreign assistant and the money is coming from grant. Sila yung nagde-determine po. It's not really the SWD. And after the pilot program, then that's when they will turn over kung ano yung mga results ng food stamp pilot program. But the vision, of course, is that collaboration with partner merchants most especially yung small and medium enterprises, the SMEs, supermarkets, and the Kadiwa, among others.
So, Mr. Speaker, wala tayong mare-request na copy ng accredited retailers from the SWD. Kasi ang point po natin dito, parang how will we ensure that they will be accessible to the beneficiaries, di ba? So, yun po. Wala po ba
Currently, ang suggestion naman ng DSWD dun sa funding agency is to focus more on the Kadiwa centers and the small, micro, small, medium enterprises.
Okay.
And agri-co-ops po.
But you don't have any copy of the accredited retailers right now?
Well, we don't have it. It's really the funding agency that is in the, parang sabihin natin, sila yung lead agency kasi. Sila yung nag-i-implement as of now.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sinabi ni DSWD Secretary Gatchalian na ang menu para sa food items na ito ay developed at certified ng FNRI, no? Food and Nutrition Research Institute. Ano ang mga food items sa menu na ito? Halimbawa, specific po na laman ng pagkain.
Yung sample food basket po for the commodities that can be availed by beneficiaries of the food stamp program, 50% carbohydrate siya, katulad ng rice, corn noodles, bread, flour, pasta, root crops, tubers, and other grains and cereals. Ay yung 30% naman, proteins, no? Kasama dito yung beef, poultry, pork, fish, egg, beans, legumes, and nuts. And 20% fats, oil, and dietary fiber, such as cooking oil, butter, margarine spread, fruits, vegetables, coffee milk, and milk substitutes. So yun po ang composition ng sample food baskets.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we received the documents on the basis of the 3,000 per month na isubmit po, no? Tama ba ito ay mula sa pinggang Pinoy ng FNRI?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ayon sa menu na ito, para sa tortang talong, 34 pesos for 5 person. Pero sa tortang talong po kasi, sa itlog pa lang, 10 pesos na isa. Kaya parang paano magkakasya yung 34 pesos? Kung itong basihan, hindi talaga sasapat, Mr. Speaker, ang 3,000, lalo na sa taas ng presyo ng bilihin. Mababa na nga yun eh, pag inano natin, 10 pesos sa itlog, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, actually, itong food stamp program is supplemental, and we do not have the technical expertise on this. Kaya ngayon yung funding agency, sila yung nag-implement nito, so they're the ones, FNIR, they're the ones who develop the food basket.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sinasabi ko lang na parang hindi siya umano, no?
Yes, but sa ngayon po...
Halimbawa, baka mag-away-away pa yung pamilya sa 2 pirasong bangus, parang ganun, ano? Sa 5 katao, ganyan yung
this is just a supplemental program po, Mr. Speaker, so there's really not much that DSWD can do.
Yeah. Kulang talaga, no?
Well, kung tutuusin natin, no? If we just rely on this program, but since it's a supplemental program, it's better than none.
Mr. Speaker, the FSP is funded through grants, no? Pasukin ko na yung sinabi nyo naman yan kanina. From the ADB, Asian Development Bank, Japan International Cooperation Agency, and French Development Agency. 3 million, tama po ba?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
ADB plans to give an additional 2 million. Tama po ba ito? 130
tama
million.
Po.
So, 5 million o $283 million ang matatanggap para sa program na ito.
Mr. Speaker, para contextualize natin, yung programa naman hindi pupunta sa DSWD eh. Pupunta siya dun sa development program.
Yes, pinapakonfirm ko lang po.
Yes,
sa
yes.
data. Kung 5 million, sa $5 million, ilang beneficiaries, parang ganyan. Tapos hanggang kailan tatagal yung food stamp?
So, Mr. Speaker, sa ngayon, the original target for the $3 million is 3,000 families or household. But if there's an additional funding of 2 million, then we have the option, of course, to expand the program, and that's going to be for 6 months. So, yun lang, hinihintay lang natin kung magkaroon ng additional funding, then of course, definitely it's a good problem for DSWD to include other members as well.
Iklaro ko lang, Mr. Speaker, 50,000 for 6 months. Ano ba yun?
No, 3,000, because this is for the pilot po. Yung 50,000 is for the 1.89 billion for 2024 food stamp program. Yung rollout na ito ng DSWD.
This is particular for the
For
pilot
this,
ng 1,000.
Yes, for this year's pilot program po. Dun sa 5 regions.
Tapos hanggang kailan po tatagal? Itong particular lang
Ay, ito, 6 months po.
6 months. Maari bang linawin ng sponsor, Mr. Speaker, kung ang funding ng food stamp program ay grant or loan?
The pilot naman po is a grant. Kasi sila yung mag-implement, sila yung nagpa-pilot, sila yung kukuha ng mga datas, and if it's going to be successful, they will of course turn it over to DSWD.
Mr. Speaker, can you furnish us a copy of the grant agreement? Meron ba? Or terms of reference?
Mr. Speaker, although we are not a party to this agreement, DSWD will, of course, do its best to get a copy of the agreement.
Yes.
Sa World Food Program ito at saka ADB. So recipient lang tayo dito sa Philippines.
But you do have a copy of the agreement?
Right now, they don't because it's an initiative of ADB and the World Food Program. So sila yung nag-initiate, sila yung nagbibigay. Kaso Philippines, fortunately, is the beneficiary of this program. So nothing goes to the account of DSWD. But DSWD is ready in 2024 to roll out this program if it is successful. Using the template of the pilot program. But we will try to secure po, Mr. Speaker, the agreement.
Okay.
As per your
That's enough for
request.
me, Mr. Speaker, the commitment to give us yung term of reference kung makukuha ninyo and yung agreement. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, maaari bang ilahad, this is a different question na po, no? Kung ano-ano yung dapat na natatanggap ng mga 4-piece beneficiaries para malinaw hindi lang sa ating mga mambabatas, kundi para rin sa mga benepisyaryo and even non-beneficiaries na nanonood sa live stream. Kanina po kasi pinakita yung mga napanood natin kung ano yung kondisyon ng mga 4-piece na hindi natanggal sa lista. So, gusto sana nating linawin, ano ba ang dapat na natatanggap ng isang 4-piece beneficiary?
The 4-piece beneficiary po is a human investment, alam natin to, for the children through health and education. At saka ma-meet natin yung mga SDG goals natin or Millennium Development Goals, di ba? So yung provision of cash grant to poor household with children 0 to 18, at saka yung mga pregnant women. So one is the health grant. They get 750 pesos per month per household for health, and educational grant to a maximum of 3 kids or 3 children for a maximum of 10 months. Yung isang bata, pag elementary, gets 300 pesos per month. If you're in junior high school, then that kid gets 500 pesos per month. And for the senior high school, it is 700 pesos per month per child. And aside from that, they also get a rice subsidy of 600 pesos per month per household.
Sa health subsidy, Mr. Speaker, ano ang natatanggap? Kasi 300, no, para sa may daycare or elementary, 500 para sa secondary, tama po ba? Tapos nag-aaral ng senior high, 700, 600 para sa rice subsidy What about the health subsidy?
Yung health subsidy naman po, they get yung 750 pesos grant nila. Like for example, if you're a pregnant mother, of course, mayroon silang pwedeng doktor, no? Magpabakuna yung mga anak nila. If newborn, they can use the money for health programs, yung mga health services.
Magkano po sa amount ito?
750 po
750.
for the health grant.
Another question, yung sakop ba ng PhilHealth ang mga benepisyaryo ng...
Automatic po sila ng mga members ng PhilHealth po.
Okay. At priority ba sila sa mga programang pangkabuhayan sa ilalim ng DSWD?
Sa SLP, they are the priority po.
Sinabi ng DSWD na nire-review nito ang 1.4 million households sa current list ng 4-piece beneficiaries. Matatapos ng DSWD ang pagre-reassess ng listahan, kanina po nasabi kanina, October pa. Tama ba? Kasi
End of
there were
September po,
pronouncements
Mr.
at that
Speaker.
time na September.
End of September po.
End of
September.
September.
2023.
Okay. So, yun po update, ano? End of September, tapos October ang simula. Ano po yung...
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Yung sa 1.4 million na na-review, ilan po yung na-delist dito?
Finalizing, but the trends are 70%. Pero finalizing pa. It's 70% ang maririnig, 30%.
Mr. Speaker, right now we're in the process kasi nga, end of September pa matatapos, so we cannot give you the exact figure. But so far, it's around 70% nakikita na, no, na mariretain talaga siya.
But, Mr. Speaker, you have delisted, no? You have delisted kasi may mga pamilya na nagsasabi.
May mga, right now, there's a moratorium, Mr. Speaker, so walang nadidelist for the meantime until matatapos yung SWIDI assessment po.
What about the listed during the pandemic na nag-a-appeal?
Kasama sila doon po, Mr. Speaker. They will be reassessed. And syempre, alam naman natin doon sa batas na yung exit rule, no, yun ang reason kung bakit madidelist sila. Yung katulad na natural attrition, non-compliant sila or nag-waive na sila. But I doubt kung maraming mag-waive, especially ngayon. Mas maraming ngayon na sinasabi natin, poorest of the poor. So, yun. After the SWIDI assessment, doon na natin talaga malalaman kung exactly how many members of the among the 1.4 million household will be included in the 4-piece program at saka kung sino yung madidelist.
Tanong lang po, ibig sabihin para siyang suspended ngayon, hindi naman sila na-delist.
Hindi
Ganon
sila
ang nangyari.
na-delist.
But they don't get anything.
Right now, none. But yung sinasabi nila, pagkasama sila and they still have a collectible from the 4-piece program, then retroactive naman po siya. So they will still receive the amount intended for them.
Ilan po yung nag-appeal? May nag-appeal ba? Nag-appeala?
Appeal as na hindi sila madelisted?
Opo. Nagsabi na nag-aapila sila dahil
The entire 1.4 po. Yun sila ang...
1.4.
Yeah, roughly 1.4.
Yun yung total, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, kasi alam naman natin, during the pandemic, mahirap talaga yung naging kalagayan and they lost their jobs and everything. Tapos hindi pa rin naman talaga totally nakaka-recover ngayon. 10 ulit tumataas yung presyo ng langis, etc. No? Talagang napakahirap sa mga mamamayan natin. Kaya parang you really need to reassess itong mga issues na reassess ng maayos and i-monitor ng maayos itong mga ito.
Totally agree,
Mr. Speaker, ayon sa samahan ng nagkakaisang pamilya ng Pantawid, nagkaroon ng delay sa pag-release ng cash grants. Tinatag na umano bilang non-poor at unassessed ang isang beneficiary kahit na kita naman kinakailangan niya ng assistance. Mr. Speaker, gusto po naming maklarify dito, bakit nagkaroon ng delay? Hinihintay ito ng mga beneficiaries para panggasto sa kanilang anak at pamilya, ngunit late pa dumarating. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the reason yung nagkaroon ng delay, kasi nga, dun sa proximin test, di ba, natanggal sila. Pero, nung nag-appeal sila, nagkaroon ng reassessment, re-validate sila because nag-complain sila, and that's probably one of the reasons nagkaroon ng delay. But rest assured, Mr. Speaker, that as we said again, by end of September, the SWEDI assessment will be completed, and as soon as we get the final list, automatically they will be given, rollout will be, or the payout will resume.
Mr. Speaker, paano minomonitor at tinutulungan ng DSWD ang mga complaints pagdating sa 4Ps?
There is a grievance committee, Mr. Speaker, and all they need to do is visit the point person, especially at the regional office. Sometimes they even have at the local provincial offices, so they can access those, whatever their concerns and issue, they can always go to the grievance committee of DSWD.
Yes, kasi po, di ba sa batas meron naman tayong sa 4Ps law.
Yes.
Nagpo-provide ng establishment of a grievance redress system. So ito po ay sa mga makikita sa mga region, municipal?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's been running well, and that's the reason why we get all these reports of those who are abusing and those duplications, and that's where we get all these data from that particular bureau or particular office.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sa DSWD questions ko po yun. My next questions are on the NCIP, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, a motion to suspend in order for the representative for the person, my co-sponsor, Nidi Kua, to answer the questions.
Boss Eski, sali na kayo.
Sessions resume.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, since Representative Midi is still indisposed, may I request the good Congresswoman to proceed with her other questions?
Yes.
In the interest of time.
Congresswoman.
Yes, Madam. Yes, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. My next question is on the implementation of RA 10368. In 2015, the Human Rights Victims Claim Board signed a MOA with DSWD to provide non-monetary reparations for recognized victims of Marcos Senior Martial Law. However, until today, wala pang implementing guidelines or mechanisms to operationalize the MOA, the MOA, the Memorandum of Agreement. Paano po na-implement ng DSWD ang provisions for non-monetary reparations na nasa RA 10368?
Mr. Speaker, yung sinasabi na non-monetary reparation, that's not under the purview of or within the mandate of DSWD. However, yung mga katulad ng sinasabi niyo, yung sa curriculum diyan, di ba? Yung sa education, and that should be addressed to the department, to the appropriate departments po.
So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, walang any program at all ngayon on the non-monetary reparations para sa kanila. Particularly no, sa programa ng DSWD pumapasok. Kasi gano'n naman siya eh. So sa batas, parang kailangan tulungan ng mga ahensya at in-identify yung mga ahensya na ito katulad ng DSWD, Department of Health. They should provide something for the victims ng Marcos Senior Martial Law. So, yun po at may guidelines dito.
Mr. Speaker, yung sinasabi natin na no Filipinos left behind, di ba? So yung mga beneficiaries natin, syempre priority natin, no? Yung mga most vulnerable person, people in crisis. So kung sila man falls under those, well, DSW definitely is willing to extend social services or protection services to those people.
Mr. Speaker, that's the regular program of DSWD. Tinatanong ko po sana kung merong ganong, kung wala, di sabihin po sa atin na wala ngayon. And
yes.
kasi kang sunod ko po kasing tanong doon, magkano yung nasa 2024 NEP allocated para dito? So,
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, talagang wala. Kasi nga, hindi siya under the purview yung particular program na yan. No? But, yun. Titingnan po natin kung kasama siya or it falls within the DSWD program naman, syempre tutulungan din ang DSWD.
So, Mr. Speaker, yung Memorandum of Agreement na nangyari noong 2015, hindi siya napatupad. And ngayon, sa 2024 NEP, wala siyang allocation. Tama ba, Mr.
Pasensya na po, Mr. Speaker. Kung kasama si DSWD, in fact, si Secretary naman, the current Secretary is very open to be included in the discussion. Baka hindi siya nasama dun sa mga discussions before or kung yung predecessors nila, hindi siya aware of those kung mayroon man mga programa or discussion or arrangement, probably that's a reason why this 2024 budget hindi rin siya nakasalang. But of course, the department is very much willing and open to be part of that discussion, to be proactive, sabihin natin, and participate in the discussions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the commitment na i-take up ito, Mr. Speaker. Maganda po talagang makapag-allocate tayo para sa mga victims of martial law. And actually, iilan na rin lang naman yung mga ngayon na kailangang tulungan, Mr. Speaker. Kaya we appreciate na open naman yung DSWD. And it's about time na i-review yung 2015 Memorandum of Agreement para nang sa ganon kung meron mang mga kakailangan baguhin doon o guidelines para specific implementation talaga para sa kanila, makuha talaga nila yung nararapat para sa kanila. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Maganda rin yon yung mga suggestion nyo. In fact, we can also ask the CHR to coordinate with DSWD no, in terms of really in relation to yung mga poverty alleviation, yung mga assistance to individuals, vulnerable people na victims of the human rights, mga human rights victims, no? So that's also a good point, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, noted po yan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yung next question ko po ay on the educational assistance. Open ba ang DSWD na magkaroon ng separate program for educational assistance kesa i-lump ito sa AIX, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, there's a new program, pilot program, initiated by our good secretary, and this is called the Tara Basa Tutoring Program, kung saan magkaroon ng cash for work program doon sa mga scholars, no, na who will volunteer to work as a tutor, no, yung magma-mentoring doon sa mga parents, children, college students, and teachers. Maging partner sila lahat. So it's a whole new ecosystem of learning. So pag ito, magkaroon din ng pilot program si DSWD nito, and hopefully a lot of our universities, colleges, and even the public schools, no, even with DepEd, that they will also help promote at the same time get involved or participate in this particular new program.
Pero Madam Speaker, itong new program ay maliit lang. Kasi parang ang sinasabi namin dito, Mr. Speaker, yung bukod sa AIX, na nasa yung educational assistance under AIX, kasi alam naman natin yung clamor, no, for educational assistance, napakalaki. Pinipilahan nga yan ng sobra-sobra, di ba? So, ang gusto sana namin dito ay magkaroon talaga ng separate, no, na pondo para sa educational assistance.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and precisely that's the reason why we have this new program, the Tara Basa Tutoring Program. Kasi hindi lang siya dole out, hindi lang siya subsidy, but this is a holistic approach of giving educational assistance to students, and at the same time, they have to give back to the community by tutoring children or college students na mag-tutor sila. It's a holistic approach po. And with that, doon sa ginagawa nila na mga tutoring or mentoring, they get an educational assistance.
So dito po, ilan ang makaka-avail nito at magkano yung lodge dito, Mr. Speaker?
So, Mr. Speaker, there's going to be a rollout of a pilot area, which is NCR. Tumatakbo na pala siya. In fact, gusto ko rin, I'm so happy to, it's my privilege, na ito ginagawa na, no, sa Valenzuela, kung saan sa NCR. No, but what I mean to say, it's you were the one who piloted this secretary, and then he's trying to expand it to the entire NCR. And there are non-readers of around 63,000 children. And 63 non-readers in grade 1. So ang target natin dito is 6,000 tutors na bibigyan sila ng minimum wage for 20 days. And half day lang yung turo nila. And parang cash for work program siya, Mr. Speaker. So this is a new and creative way of also parang value formation na rin sa mga kabataan natin na nation building siya, they should be included in nation building, na hindi lang siya dole out na may bibigay tayo ng educational assistance. As I said, this is also one way of telling them that they also have to contribute to nation building. And 6,000 students, no? Yung magkaroon ng subsidy will have to work for 20 days, half day lang naman, to be able to get 20 days at minimum wage cash for work program.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's another option, ano. Ang sinasabi po sana namin, kasi we have a House resolution, ano. This was adopted at the committee level to raise the number of beneficiaries of DSWD IEX per se, yung educational assistance. So, kasi nakita po talaga namin yung clamor para dito. So, yun lang, ang sinasabi po namin, sana magkaroon talaga ng dagdag.
Yes,
Hindi
Mr. Speaker, kung ano yung ibibigay naman ng
another
Kongreso, for as long as it's not an unfunded law or mandate na bibigay lang natin sa ahensya, of course, the agency definitely welcomes such social initiatives, services, for as long as it is funded. Kasi nga, ang mahirap dito, there are unfunded laws and binibigay na lang, pinapasa natin sa ahensya. It's not fair naman kasi yung programa nila nakaset na.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, kaya nga po sana, kung may mga confidential funds na hindi naman necessary, baka pwede dito kasi dagdag din siya para doon sa DSWD IEX Educational Assistance, Mr. Speaker. My last question, Mr. Speaker, sa DSWD ay tungkol sa confidential fund. Naipasa ba ang documents as per Joint Circular 2015-01, Section 6.2.3 ng DSWD? Confidential fund po. Nakapagpasa po ba kayo?
Are you asking whether they're compliant, Mr. Speaker? Yes, definitely they're compliant and pinapadala nila lahat sa COA.
So, naipasa niyo po yung report for the confidential fund?
Definitely, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sa next question ko po ay on NCIP.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, a minute suspension, so we will allow Representative Midi to answer.
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8980.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is carried. Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is carried. The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the resolution.
Additional reference of business. Resolution, House Resolution 1323, expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Pedro M. Pancho, former representative of the 2nd Legislative District of Bulacan, during the 9th, 10th, 11th, 13th, 14th, and 15th Congresses, and father of Honorable Agustina Dominic Dicetina C. Pancho, representative of the 2nd Legislative District of Bulacan, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin Gonzalez Aurelio, Dalipe, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez Yadamari, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Resolution number 1323, and for this purpose, may we request the Secretary General again to read the title of the resolution.
Secretary General.
House Resolution 1323, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Pedro M. Pancho, former representative of the 2nd Legislative District of Bulacan, during the 9th, 10th, 11th, 13th, 14th, and 15th Congresses, and father of Honorable Agustina Dominic Dicetina C. Pancho, representative of the 2nd Legislative District of Bulacan.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution number 1323. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1323. Those who are in favor, please say aye. And those who are against, please say nay. House Resolution number 1323 is now adopted. Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the consideration of unfinished business. I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8980 contained in Committee Report number 766. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General, please read the title of the proposed House Bill.
House Bill 8980, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2024.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that we are now under the period of debate and sponsorship. For this purpose, Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Lim Kai Chong to sponsor the bill.
Congresswoman Kuwa or Congresswoman Lim Kai Chong? Congresswoman Kuwa is now recognized, ma'am.
The Honorable Kua, Your Honor. Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas for
Congresswoman
her
Arlene.
interpellation.
Congresswoman Arlene, you are now recognized again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the questions of on the NCIP, no? Noong nakaraang committee budget deliberations ng NCIP, sinabi ng isang director na ang selection process under Memorandum Order number 352 ay suspended. Ngunit, na-supersede umano ang suspension guidelines na ito ng new amendments ng IPMR guidelines. Tama ba, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, yes, that is true.
Mr. Speaker, maaari bang malaman kung ano ang nilalaman ng new amendments sa IPMR guidelines na ito? Nakaspecify ba mismo rito na superseded, na suspended, lifted na ang na supersede na nito, lifted na ang suspension?
Congresswoman Brosas, please wrap up. Your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, if we can submit the NCIP amendments to Kong Arlene Brosas if she wishes.
Mr. Speaker, mag-appeal po ako sa time para masabi ko kung ano yung mga ilan pang questions, Mr. Speaker. This won't take long.
How many minutes?
Mr. Speaker, mga 15 minutes.
I'll give you first 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, maaari bang malaman, you will give us a copy? Kasi wala doon, no? Gusto lang natin malaman doon sa kung ano talaga yung nakalagay na sinasabi na lifted na yung suspension. Kasi, according to reports, walang niro-roll out na bagong guidelines na nakalagay na lifted ng suspension order sa IPMR selection process. Hindi ba kung may bagong guidelines ay dadaan ito sa consultation? Walang ginawang consultation sa ating mga indigenous cultural communities at indigenous people.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to clarify that there was a process of consultation that was done with the IPs with regards to the amendment of the IPMR guidelines.
Mr. Speaker, lifted ba o hindi lifted ang suspension order?
Mr. Speaker, it has been lifted.
Nasaan po ang lifting?
Through the amendments of the guidelines, Mr. Speaker.
Saan particular sa amendment ng guidelines po yun? Pwede niyo po bang basahin?
It's in the Section 11, Selection Process and Assumption to Office. The selection process shall be in accordance with the local guidelines. To proceed with the selection, the ICC or its authorized representatives shall execute a resolution requesting the conduct of the selection process together with their local guidelines, which shall be submitted to the provincial officer for review and approval or for his recommendation to the RD for approval, as the case may be, within the period provided in Section 17 hereof. The PO or RD, as the case may be, shall assess and provide his or her approval or otherwise to the request within 10 days from receipt thereof. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ito ba ay dumaan sa konsultasyon sa mga IPs?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
My next question, Mr. Speaker, ay dito tungkol sa pinahintulutan ng NCIP Region 1, CAR, Commissioner Gaspar Kayat, ang pagbibigay ng permiso na magpatuloy ang National Cement Corporation. Bakit po nag-issue ng Certificate of Non-Overlap na nagpapatunay na ang lugar sa Sison, Pangasinan ay hindi sakop ng ancestral domain? Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we will submit the necessary documents to provide, to answer your question, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, nakatakda na kasing mapaso, no, yung Mineral Production Sharing Agreement noong Marso dito. Kaya lang, kinailangan itong muling mangalap ng CNO para makapagpatuloy sa operasyon. Ngunit nagulat na lamang ang mga katutubo, Mr. Speaker, nang naglabas ang NCIP Region 1, Director Manuel Haramilla ng CNO, na may pirma ni Commissioner Kayat dated May 7, 2021. So wala po itong konsultasyon.
We will refer your comment to the CAR who issued the CNO for cutting permit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, ano ang paliwanag dito, no? Kasi sakop ang lugar ng ancestral domain ng mga katutubong bag-o. Kaya naman kinakailangan talaga ng FPIC o free and prior informed consent para mabigyan ng CNO. Ayon ito sa IPRA naman, di ba? So bakit ganon? Bakit ang nangyari ay parang wala
Mr.
po kayong
Speaker, the CNO is for cutting permit only, and there is a pending CP application of NCC for the renewal of its MPSA.
So may pending pa?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, can you give me yung mga details, mga documents, pertinent documents kaugnay dito, Mr. Speaker?
Again, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, we will just submit the documents to you for your review.
Ayon po kasi sa natanggap namin na report, yung CNO is issued by NCIP attesting that the area to be affected by the activity does not overlap or is outside the domain. Usually po, ini-issue to after a field-based investigation. Nagkaroon ba ng FBI? Yung Mineral Production Sharing Agreement po, no, MSPA, meron?
Yes,
Can you
Mr.
give
Speaker,
me,
it's pending.
meron po ba kayo ngayon na hawak dyan?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will just submit if we don't have it on hand right now.
Mr. Speaker, meron pang isang kaso wherein despite the denial of FPIC due to no consensus from the TUBA, ICC's IPs tolerated the issuance of Mines and Geosciences, MGB, of the exploration permit and deliberately allowed the Philex Mining Corporation to conduct their exploration activities. Bakit hinahayaan ng NCIP ang MGB na magbigay ng exploration permit kahit na walang consensus sa mga indigenous cultural communities at indigenous peoples? Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as to that, we will still submit the documents, and we will look into this, we will look into this serious allegation.
Mr. Speaker, puro ang sagot sa akin ay we will give the pertinent documents. Mr. Speaker, ano yun, Mr. Speaker? Napakahirap naman, no, na wala pong maisagot sa atin ang NCI,
No,
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, because these are factual details that we need to verify.
Yes, Mr.
We cannot just
Speaker,
give you answers right now.
Before I continue, Mr. Speaker, I would like to put it in record na ibigay muna yung mga detalye na ito, yung mga dokumento na ito na hinihiling ko, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pending that, Mr. Speaker, hindi po tayo mag-a-agree na maipasa ang NCIP budget kapag ganyan.
Mr.
Please
Speaker,
give
we
me,
already
I
raised
will
the
give you
issue with
mamaya, Mr.
NGB.
Speaker, hanggang mamaya.
And we
para
acknowledge
maibigay.
the comments of the good Congresswoman, and we will submit everything to her.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hintayin ko po yung mga pertinent documents na ito, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Franz Castro from ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation.
Representative Franz Castro is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to our floor leader. So, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Magandang umaga po sa pamilya ng DSWD. At syempre kay Secretary Rex Gatchalian na aking kapitbahay. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Mr. Speaker, yung mga follow-up questions lang po. So gusto ko din pong i-manifest dito sa ating plenaryo na nakikita naman po natin yung ginagawa ng DSWD, yung kanilang pagtupad doon sa kanilang mandato at sa leadership po ni Representative sa leadership po ni Secretary Rex Gatchalian ay nakita natin kung gaano kabilis, ka-efficient yung mga gawain sa DSWD na ipinatutupad po ng DSWD. So yung unang tanong ko lang po, Mr. Speaker, pasalamat din po pala ako doon sa mabilis na pagtugon doon sa ilang mga pina-follow up ko po doon sa aking tanong, doon sa budget briefing sa nakaraan, kaugnay noong aerial bombing doon sa isang lugar po. Okay? So yung unang tanong, Mr. Speaker, dahil tinanong ko rin po ito doon sa PCO kahapon, yung number of USEC and ASEC. Ano na po ba, may ginawa na po bang streamlining? Alam ko naman, hindi naman ito on the direkta na ginawa po ng ating secretary, pero ito po ay appointment galing po sa Malacanang. So, ni-raise ko po yung number of Assistant Secretary and USEC. So, may nagawa na po bang streamlining, Mr. Speaker, kaugnay nito?
Mr. Speaker, it's good that our Congresswoman made a follow-up on this kasi nagkaroon ng press release si Secretary that he asked for the courtesy resignations of all USECs and ASECs. Courtesy resignation of all assistant secretaries. So hindi kasama ang USEC kasi kulang pa sila. Right now there are 11 USEC and they only filled up 10 so far. So okay sila, wala silang problema doon. Doon sa ASEC, nagkaroon ng courtesy resignation.
So lahat po, Mr. Speaker. So after that, ano po ba ang mangyayari? Kasi kailangan din naman yung ASEC. So ilan yung ASEC na i-hire later on or i-appoint?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we're now in the budget season, so medyo busy tayo sa budget season. So ni-review naman ni Secretary yung mga qualifications, so ilan din ang needed assistant secretaries. So hopefully with the indulgence of our good Congresswoman, let's wait until the budget season is over and then tuloy-tuloy na yan yung mga assessments.
Okay. So out of 21 kasi yun na ASECs, Mr. Speaker, so based on the mandate and functions ng DSWD, so can you project mga ilan pong ASECs ang kailangan natin?
Yes, it will take a process talaga, no? So we have to follow a process and it's not easy because there are also new programs that DSWD is implementing by 2024. But rest assured, ang target talaga natin is to streamline and right size, no? Na hindi natin pwede na lang, basta-basta na lang nandyan siya, no? All these ASEC, rest assured, if ever they're hired, will definitely have specific functions and responsibilities po.
Okay, thank you po, Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor. Next naman po, Mr. Speaker, yung ating mga JOs and COS, yung mga job orders and COS. So, ilan po ba ulit yung plantilla positions ng DSWD, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, as of date, we have 37,019 employees filled positions. However, yung permanent po is 3,016 and yung coterminus, of course, the project for casual, 63, and 12,000 contractual, 12,802 contractuals po. And most of these are deployed dun sa mga 4Ps program.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there are 37,000 plantilla positions. So yung field lang po ay 3,000. So kasi parati na po natin na-observe ang DSWD.
Sorry po, Mr. Speaker, let me correct again the figures. Permanent is only 3,016 yung plantilla na field position. Total positions working under DSWD is 37,000. Yung 12,000, karamihan dito, almost half are the contractuals and the job orders.
Okay po. Linawin na lang po natin, Mr. Speaker. Ilan po yung authorized plantilla position for DSWD?
Are you talking of the regular or...
Regular, plantilla.
So, 3,016 lang po ang field. Although, there's 3,377, pero yung 361 is unfilled. Yung field lang, as of now, is 3,016.
Okay, so the authorized plantilla position is 3,000 plus?
3,377 po. Yung field is 3,016 or 89.31% field.
Okay. So that's clear. So there are 3,377 plantilla position of DSWD and 3,016 field.
Yes.
Okay. So pero ang dami po nating mga contract of service at saka yung JOs. So may plano po ba ang DSWD to fill in itong mga unfilled na plantilla positions?
Every year, every budget season, humingi talaga, no? Kasi walang pagkupas yung paghingi ng permanent position or plantilla positions. Kasi kailangan na, yung iba 15 years na eh. Especially with the implementation of the 4Ps, no? It was already institutionalized, but some of the contractuals and contractuals are still, walang security pa, yung mga job orders and all of that. So we continue to seek additional budget for plantilla positions from the Department of Budget and Management.
Yes, sabi niyo po kasi, Mr. Speaker, merong 3,377 na authorized plantilla position for DSWD. Ang na-fill up lang natin ay 3,016. So meron pa po tayong more or less na natitirang plantilla position na more than 300 plantilla position. So ang tanong ko po, dahil sa dinami-dami ng ating mga COs, JOs, na yung iba more than 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, kagaya ng sinabi ng ating distinguished sponsor. So may plano po ba yung ating DSWD na i-fill in muna itong 300 na ito? Kasi iba po yung usapin na magre-request po ang ating ahensya for additional plantilla position. At tingin ko man naman po ay kailangan yan na DSWD at susuportahan po natin yan. So ano po yung plano doon sa more than 300 na unfilled? Ito po ba ay mga position na tingin ng ahensya ay hindi kailangan or kailangan na i-fill in na?
Mr. Speaker, kailangan natin. Ang problema dito, yung qualifications nga, di ba? Nagkulang tayo ng social workers, kailangan din na may diploma sila or certificate na sila mga social workers. And some also nag-retire na rin, no? Nag-resign. So it's not that easy to just replace them with qualified personnel.
So wala po ba sa 12,000 na COS and JOs ang qualified? Wala pa.
Naka-posting naman po siya, no? It's being posted. Ayun na nga, yung mga applicants, of course, has to be qualified din, di ba? May mga qualifications na hihiningi for the permanent position, so yon.
So I hope ma-fill in na, no? Alam ko naman ang secretary ng DSWD ay talagang ang advocacy niya, no, yung para sa trabaho, para sa ating mga mamamayan. Kung meron na pong qualified, ma-fill in na ito. Pero susuportahan ko po yung magiging recommendation ng ahensya para sa dagdag na plantilla positions. Kasi talagang ironic, napakalaki talaga ng gawain dito sa DSWD, and yet mga JOs at saka mga COs lang yung karamihan ng mga position, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, for the record, yung DSWD submitted the following request for creation of permanent and contractual positions to DBM, which I hope the good Congresswoman and the rest of our colleagues can also support. Ito yung mga particulars. Sa permanent position, humihingi tayo ng 4,729 at tapos yung contractual position, 22,090 with a total of 26,819.
So bakit po ba contractual and JOs yung marami, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, always yung DBM naman po, Mr. Speaker, sinasabi agad, tight fiscal space, perennial yan, sinasabi nila. But we still are not losing hope that with better economy, better economic growth, then magkaroon tayo ng additional sources of fund na pwede nating maibigay dito sa mga request ng DSWD additional personnel, plantilla
Yes, okay.
positions.
Thank you po. Dahil naipasa rin naman natin yung batas para sa mga social workers, yung Magna Carta for Social
Yes,
Workers.
that
Marami
also,
din tayo
Mrs. Speaker.
talagang potential applicants as
Yes.
social workers at kailangan din natin sila matulungan na mabigyan din ng trabaho. At ito po ay kasi katulad po ng ginagawa, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor sa DepEd, pwede nating sigurong gawin yung ginagawa sa DepEd na halimbawa ay nagre-request ng position for teaching and non-teaching positions. So halimbawa po, ito sa 20,000 na ito na nagiging contractuals and JOs, siguro magkaroon tayo ng, siguro in 5 years and in 4 years, say for example, mag-request tayo sa DBM ng 5,000 na mga social workers na plantilla positions, katulad po ng ginagawa ng DepEd at saka para sa mga non-teaching personnel. So baka pwede nating maging pattern yun, or maging model yon sa paghingi natin ng plantilla. Kasi hindi naman po talaga mawawala itong trabaho ng ating mga JOs and COs na ang ginagampanan talaga nila ay essential and necessary na function sa DSWD. What do you think of that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, definitely we support that endeavor. And in fact, right now, DSWD also is initiating a program, tawag nila certificate program, where they encourage students, college students, to apply. And they train them for social workers, as social workers assistants. This is of course to augment yung workforce natin at saka to empower them to do more social services. Yung gagalingin natin yung mga trabaho ng mga social workers by training them. They don't have to be social workers, registered social workers, pero pag tinitrain natin, para sila mga assistant ng non-teaching personnel din ng katulad na sinasabi niyo sa DepEd.
Well, that is a welcome, welcome innovation in the DSWD. Pero ang tinutukoy ko nga po, itong 22,000, kung essential, necessary naman yan sa work ng DSWD, katulad nga ng teacher, sinasabi ko, importante yan sa DepEd, tumataas ang enrollment, di ba? At ito naman sa DSWD, lumalawak yung kanilang, yung kanilang services. Kaya dapat talaga, meron talagang mga regular permanent positions na nag-handle nitong mga ginagawa ng mga JOs and COs. Wag na lang po tayong magkasya doon sa sinasabi ng DBM na fiscal space. Actually, kung talaga magpa-prioritize lang tayo ng mga gastusin sa ating gobyerno, dapat i-prioritize natin itong pangangailangan ng DSWD ng personnel. Di po ba?
Yes, I absolutely agree with you, sir.
Yes, thank you po. Next po, last na to.
Sorry to interrupt the distinguished interpolator. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the session for a few minutes to allow our members to pay their respects to our former colleague, the Honorable Pedro M. Pancho.
Session suspended. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended.
Interest of time, and as a courtesy to a former dear colleagues, the Secretary and Undersecretary, former Congresswoman of Lanao del Norte, Yusek Alia Dimaporo, this representation will not interpolate. However, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, I have a request. One, on the data of fund downloaded to the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, and what are the status of those funds? If they submitted already a report, and may this representation be fairness of those reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleague.
Mr. Speaker, for the
very much.
record, DSWD will comply and furnish the good congressman the records that he requested, specifically the listing of the downloaded funds to the BARM area.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Raul Daniel Manuel of the Kabataan Party List.
Representative Raul Daniel Manuel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the good sponsor yield to a few questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is regarding our goal to ensure that the victims of the human rights violations under the Marcos Sr. martial law will be recognized and compensated. Mr. Speaker, noong 2015 po ay nagkaroon ng Memorandum of Agreement, and we have a copy of that between DSWD and the Human Rights Victims Claims Board. At nais po ng MOA na ito na tiyakin na merong matatanggap na non-monetary reparations ang mga victims. Kaso lang, Mr. Speaker, since ito ay napirmahan, ay hindi nagkaroon ng implementing guidelines hanggang sa hindi na operational ang Human Rights Victims Claims Board. So ano po kaya ang pwedeng magawa natin para yung mga na-recognize noong naisabatas ang RA 10368 ay mahabol pa natin na mabigyan sila ng reparations?
Mr. Speaker, timely, I was also the one who defended the budget of the Human Rights Commission. And one of the reasons why it is no longer operational, I mean the HR, Human Rights Victims Case Board, is because it has been dissolved. And one of our remedy there would be to reconstitute the board itself and the council, and that includes, of course, DSWD is one of the members. So with the help, of course, of the good congressman, we can initiate no, the reconstitution of the HRVCB.
It's good to hear, Mr. Speaker. And actually po, maganda na nalala din po natin that here in the House of Representatives, we filed a House bill that seeks to reconvene the Claims Board. Hindi lang po para matiyak natin na yung mga na-recognize na ay makatanggap talaga ng reparations, pero pati din yung mga majority, no? Yung nasa around 50 to 60,000 na mga biktima na hindi pa nare-recognize ay ma-recognize din at mabigyan din ng reparation. So we thank our good sponsor for calling our attention to such a move, and we hope that the House of Representatives can act upon these steps for us to ensure that in our country, these victims will not be forgotten and they have to receive what is due to them. So, yun lang, Mr. Speaker, and salamat po sa ating buting sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my dear colleague.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative J.J. Romualdo from the Lone District of Camiguin.
The Representative J.J. Romualdo is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Good morning. Will the sponsor yield to some questions and query, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, through the budget of NCIP?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I yield to Representative Mida Kua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Again, I'm going to ask questions again on behalf of NCIP's budget, considering that last year, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, NCIP promised, as what I mentioned, that they will not go to my province or district, considering that we don't recognize IPs in the beautiful island province of Camiguin. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, no less than the provincial government and the 5 municipalities of the beautiful province of Camiguin declared or made a resolution declaring the non-existence of indigenous communities or indigenous peoples in the province of Camiguin since time immemorial. And in fact, they sent me a letter that a certain Dato Mihong, was considered an IP, but no less than, again, the province made a resolution, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, declaring a certain Dato Mihong as a folklore or folkloric only, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And also, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, in the last year's budget, they promised me on record that they will recognize that they will not continue all the illegal practices of certain groups as IPs in the province of Camiguin, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. However, after the budget, 3 months after when we approved the budget, I was so surprised. I myself, being a former governor, former mayor, now back as a congressman or representative of the province, they are now practicing again and even claiming lands in the province of Camiguin, including the ASEAN heritage, and probably including the 14 volcanoes in the beautiful island province of Camiguin, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I was so surprised, and I thought we had a gentleman's agreement in the last year's budget that in Camiguin, we don't recognize indigenous people in the province of Camiguin. For those claiming that they are IPs in the province of Camiguin, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, we apologize for this. However, NCIP's mandate is to convert the CADCs to CAD-D, which was issued in 1998 by the DENR. So, Mr. Speaker, if the Honorable Congressman has any opposition regarding this, we welcome his documents to prove that there is no NCIPs and there's no IPs in their area during the CAD-T application. So.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there were claims that application for CAD-T, but for the past 25 years, I think 20 or 25 years, there never was an application for CAD-T, and no less than the DNR declared that there are no IPs in the province of Camiguin, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So that's the reason why I said, why continue that? That it was proven, as I said, during the time the governor was Governor Maria Luisa Romualdo, and during the ARPOC, the Regional Peace and Order Council, they were asked to submit the certain group that they are IPs in the province of Camiguin, and as of today, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, they were never able to submit any documents claiming that they are IPs in the province of Camiguin, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, when I was the governor, just because of the law of the IPs, we put on record with my late planning officer at the time, when we made our provincial plan, he only mentioned Camiguin IPs if proven that they are really IPs. Considering going back in the history of the province of Camiguin, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, since after 1951, when Hibok-Hibok volcano erupted, but before that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we had plenty of eruptions, and it almost erased the people of the province of Camiguin. My grandfather, who can speak fluently Kinamiguin, my late grandfather, but he never mentioned that he was an IP, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, we truly sympathize with Honorable Congressman's plight. However, NCIP's mandate is to convert the CADCs issued in 1998 by DENR to CAD-T. Actually, the CAD-C conversion process into CAD-T is provided in the EPRA law, CAD-C 172, issued in 1998.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there's the law, the EPRA law. However, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the problem there is they just come into any areas declaring it as ancestral domain just because there's this IPRA law, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. But it doesn't follow if you look at the IPRA law, they should have consulted also with DNR before coming in. Whatever those lands, or probably they were issued already registered by DNR, or for example, in the province of Camiguin, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it was declared ASEAN heritage, but still, they want to claim it and registered it as CADT, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. That's the problem with NCIP, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we apologize for the Honorable Congressman's experience. However, we would like to reiterate that the NCIP is just doing its mandate, and rest assured that in the future, NCIP, with its new chairperson, is willing to coordinate with the Honorable Congressman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. However, as I said, it's not only me complaining with what is NCIP is doing right now all over the country, but even mining investors are really complaining every time there's a development, and no less than the Secretary of DPWH, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, complained to me that we have this project, the water project, investors coming in, but all of a sudden, NCIP came, and worst thing, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, asking for money so that they can get the signature of these IPs claiming that it's a part of the ancestral domain, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, reiterating again, no less than the Secretary of DPWH, Secretary Manuel Bonoan, came to me and made this complaint that why is it like this, and even to Secretary Loizaga of DNR. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, we'd like to clarify the compensation that was made. The compensation was for the right-of-way. However, we also want to reach out to the Honorable Congressman and to tell him that the governor or the congressman can always protest on the process of delineation. And in the purpose of transparency and in the spirit of collaboration, NCIP invites the representatives of the Office of Honorable Romualdo to participate as witnesses and observers in the validation of the Camiguin IPs and in the delineation process for the CADC conversion to CADT.
I really cannot agree with that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. As I said, there are no IPs in the province of Camiguin. But if they will insist, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I move
Session suspended.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you again. Since I want, and probably we're going to file a resolution for investigation of all of these things happening through NCIP and to the country, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And of course, they're going to insist always that they have the right to claim as ancestral remains all over the Philippines, Mr. Chairman. I want to stop this, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Therefore, I move that the allocation or budget of NCIP be 1,000 pesos for the General Appropriations Bill fiscal year 2024. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Majority Leader, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend.
Session suspended.
Oo. Ano sa
Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, there is a motion, but considering that such a motion should be included at the proper time, at the proper stage of amendment, we move, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable Congressman from Camiguin should make the proper motion at the proper time.
Is that amendable to the representative?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. During the period of amendments, we will again reiterate my motion that the allocation or budget of the NCIP be 1,000 pesos for the General Appropriations Bill fiscal year 2024. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Yeah,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, such motion can only be considered at the period of amendment, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So we'll
Thank
take
you,
such
Mr.
motion at the proper time.
Yep.
Yes,
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker,
distinguished
Your Honor.
interpolator. Thank you. Majority Leader, yes, you're recognized again.
So,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the manifestation of the Honorable Congressman is duly noted.
Thank you.
But giving us one...
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Congressman Estrella, you're recognized.
in connection with the resolution of the representation from Camiguin, I would like to second his motion.
Mr.
At
Chairman,
the proper time also.
At the proper time. Thank you.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we duly note the manifestation of the Honorable Congressman.
Thank you.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
yeah, Mr. Speaker, we now proceed with another interpolator. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, we would like to request that the Honorable Congressman Bonifacio Busita of One Rider Party List be recognized.
The Honorable Bonifacio is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the distinguished sponsor yield to interpellation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, maaari po bang malaman kung ang DSWD ay mayroong statistics ng mga children in conflict with the law, CICLs, by city and municipality?
Mr. Speaker, mayroon po tayo, but I don't think it is an accurate record or updated record. Kasi yung mga records nito, nasa LGU. This is a community initiative now, or LGU-based na siya, program. So, so far, not all LGUs have been submitting their reports regularly.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, nabanggit po ninyo na hindi lahat ng LGUs nagsasubmit nitong CICL. Maaari po bang malaman more or less ilang percent ng LGUs ang nagsasubmit po nito sa DSWD?
Well, 35 out of 116 Bahay Pag-asa reported, and 1,606 children were reported through Juvenile Justice Management Information System. So the number of children in DSWD Regional Rehabilitation Center stands at 1,256.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Sa datos po ng DSWD, may mga pamamaraan po ba na maaring gawin po ninyo para mas maging maayos at kompleto ang datos para dito sa CICL ng ating bansa by city and municipality?
Mr. Speaker, mayroong in-establish ang JJWC, and this is called the Juvenile Justice Management Information System. And ang problema lang dito is that yung compliance ng mga LGU. No? Right now, yung JJWC naman is constantly reminding the LGUs to submit their reports.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, alam po nating lahat, walang bata na nangangarap na maging masama at pabigat sa lipunan. Ang lahat po ng mga bata ay nangangarap din na maganda ang magiging kinabukasan nila sa kanilang paglaki. Pero Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, kung hindi po natin bibigyan ng tamang atensyon ang lahat ng mga bata, CICL, sa lahat ng bayan at syudad ng ating bansa, naniniwala po tayo, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, na maraming bata hindi nila gusto, pero maaaring mapabilang sila sa mga magiging pabigat sa ating lipunan sa mga darating na panahon. Tanong, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, ano po ang konkretong programa na kasalukuyang ginagawa ng DSWD na magbibigay ng atensyon sa CICL ng ating bansa para magkaroon ng ibang direksyon ang kanilang mga kinabukasan at hindi na sila magiging pabigat sa ating bayan sa mga darating na panahon? Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, at the moment, JJWC's mandate is really limited to coordination and monitoring. But we will continue to request the LGUs to submit the reports, and we can help them operationalize their mandate to give teeth in the law and help JJWC in its monitoring. Kasi, Mr. Speaker, yung sinabi natin kanina that is already LGU-led, it's really the LGU. Kasi na-devolve na ito na function under the local government code. And that's why hanggang yung mandate natin, limited na rin. But so, this has to be addressed as well, and we need to encourage all the LGUs to participate and be actively involved in the submission and reporting of these juvenile cases of children in conflict with law.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, sa palagay po ba natin sapat na ang inyong nabanggit na programa para po ma-address itong mga CICL nationwide?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Let me cite briefly yung mga community-based program in coordination with the LGU. Number 1 is diversion. 2, referral services. We have counseling. We have livelihood skills training, social, cultural activities, protection services to be accorded by also in cooperation with DSWD, the values formation activities, and aftercare services.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, binigyan ko lamang po ito ng attention on behalf of One Rider Party List dahil nakikita po natin na napakalaga ito na dapat bigyan ng solusyon at kaukulang attention at naniniwala po tayo na ang DSWD lamang sa tulong ng mga LGUs ang higit na may kapangyarihan at kakayahan para bigyan ito ng kaukulang programa. Mr. Speaker, maliban po dyan, isang nakakatuwa po, noong ako po ay nasa active service pa at kasalukuyang mayor, ang Honorable Secretary ng DSWD, Honorable Secretary Rex Gatchalian, meron po silang bahay pag-asa. At ako po, personal kong nasaksihan kung ano yung sitwasyon, kalagayan ng mga bata sa Valenzuela City. At napakaganda po na binibigyan nila ng tamang atensyon ito. Masakit sabihin, Mr. Speaker, nasaksihan ko po na maraming mga bata doon sa unang stage pa lamang ay kung makikita po natin ang kanilang asal. Bata pa lamang pero talagang mababakas sa kanilang mukha ang galit at kawalang tiwala sa sino mang nakakaharap nila. At sa second stage po ng programa ng Bahay Kalinga ng lokal na pamahalaan ng Valenzuela City, mababakas mo naman po ang malaking pagbabago sa mga bata dito. Nakangiti, marunong magsabi ng salamat, good morning sir, ingat po kayo. Nabanggit ko po ito, Mr. Speaker. Kung mamarapatin po ng buting secretary ng DSWD, at sasalaminin po yung kanilang programa sa lokal na pamahalaan ng Valenzuela City na hanggang ngayon po ay kanila pa rin ginagawa. Sa ngalan po ng kapangyarihan at kakayahan ng DSWD Secretary at sa tulong po ng buting Secretary ng DILG, Honorable Secretary Attorney Benjamin Abalos Jr., nakikita ko po at kumpiyansa po ako na ito po ay mabibigyan ng tamang atensyon at hindi po magiging mahirap para sa kanila dahil matagal na pong ginagawa ito ng lokal na pamahalaan ng Valenzuela City. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's a very good point, and I know how you feel being part of the executive branch and now with the legislative branch, just like our good secretary here. So the secretary naman is very much willing to coordinate with DILG, no, in relation to your the establishment of an operation of the Bahay Pag-asa, as well as the continued support programs that should, training programs that should be given to those children in conflict with the law. And Mr. Speaker, just for the record, totoo yung sinabi nyo na Valenzuela, dating mayor si Secretary doon, and it has been run, as you said, it's a success story, talagang success story, and it should be used as a benchmark, no, for all LGUs to emulate. So yeah, nakikita na natin and that's already a given. So pwede yan gawin na talagang model na siya, di ba? Just like I'm sure in your district, in your city as well, gusto mo rin na you also want to emulate and follow what Valenzuela is doing right now. So yan, Mr. Speaker, we will continue. The department commits to discuss this with the ILG and at the same time encourage the LGU to give teeth to the law. Yung sinasabi natin na nasa kanila, na devolve na sa kanila.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, may mga Christian leaders na nagsasabi po na ang mga bagay-bagay na nangyayari sa atin ay hindi plinano, hindi ginawa, kundi kalooban ng Panginoon nating Diyos. Kaya natutuwa po ako na ang Secretary ng DSWD ngayon ay sanay na sanay paano i-address ang mga bata na mayroong children in conflict with the law. Kaya po malaki po ang pag-asa na ito po ay mabibigyan agad nila ng attention, of course, in collaboration and support of DILG Secretary Attorney Benjamin Abalos Jr. Mr. Speaker, last issue na lamang po. Kanina po, during the interpellation of Honorable Congresswoman Franz Castro ng ACT Teachers Party List, nabanggit po na ilang libong personnel ng DSWD ang ilang taunang contractual at job orders lamang ang appointment. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ang DSWD po ay tumutulong, hindi napapagod, nagbibigay ng suporta sa ating mga kababayan, libo-libo nating mga kababayan, at bilyon-bilyong piso ang inilalaan po dito taon-taon. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kung libo-libong Pilipino po ang tinutulungan at sinusuportahan ng DSWD, ano naman po ang magandang plano ng DSWD para naman mabigyan ng patas at maayos na benepisyo ang libo-libong kawani ng DSWD sa pamamagitan ng kaukulang appointment nila na hindi nananatiling contractuals lamang o job orders. Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor, gusto ko lamang pong idagdag dito, parang hindi naman maganda na tumutulong tayo sa iba, pero ang ating kapamilya ay hindi natin tinutulungan. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, earlier we mentioned about the proposal of DSWD kasi nga nakita nila, they're very sensitive to the workers. Nakikita nila na talaga, yung iba has been there for 15 years, mag-retire na, contractual pa rin or job order pa rin. So they've been constantly asking for additional plantilla position from the DBM. And isa din po, nakikita din nila no, that syempre, nasa Kongreso yan if we really want to push for it. But then, sa kanina, sinabi ko na, it is really in the House of Representatives, especially during this budget deliberation. That's why we have this, so that if we need to augment and make sure that their request is being met in order to serve more, then it's really up to Congress.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, with that, umaasa po tayo na tayo po ng mga nanunungkulan, partikular po dito sa Kongreso at Senado, ay bigyan po natin ito ng atensyon para naman maiangat po natin ang moral and welfare ng mga dakila na hindi napapagod, nagbibigay ng tulong sa mahirap nating mga kababayan. Dahil hindi naman po maganda na tumutulong ka sa iba, pero ang iyong sarili mismo, hindi mo natutulungan. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yun lamang po at maraming salamat sa binigay ninyong oras ngayong araw na ito.
Thank you,
God
Mr.
bless.
Speaker, and to my dear colleague for the support that you have given DSWD, especially in strengthening the system and by hopefully matutuloy yung sinasabi ng creation of the plantilla positions.
Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. God bless.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpellate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Sergio Dagook of the APEC Party List.
Representative Sergio Dagook is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, lalo-lalo na po sa ating butihing sekretary ng DSWD, Secretary Rix, na dati nating kasamahan, at sa ating butihing sponsor. Mr. Speaker, I am not interpellating. Rather, mine is a point of information because hearing upon the discussion this morning with one of the interpellator, my colleague, regarding the lifeline subsidy, the electric cooperatives, for that matter, is the one implementing, and I, one of the principal author of that law, and in the Senate, the brother of our Secretary, Senator Win, that is our bill. So, as a point of information, the amendment that we have in the 18th Congress is to address some loopholes of the previous law, the previous provisions, that even the non-marginalized, those who are living in the condos, can avail of the subsidy. Even resorts in Siargao of rich people can avail, because the only basis before is the level of consumption. So that's why we have provided there a responsibility of the distribution utility to really validate individually the consumers. If that consumer have passed all the criteria to qualify for the subsidy, which includes, nilagay na namin automatic yung mga purpose beneficiaries. Now, at present, that's why the ERC keeps on extending the deadline because of the low turnout of availers or applicants. Ang nagpapabagal sa kanya is the certification from the DSWD. So I am proposing, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, na instead of the purpose beneficiary will apply individually and ask for a certification, isang basis na lang po sana. Kasi in the municipal or city level, doon sa mga local government units, may record naman po tayo. Most of the LGUs have validated records of purpose members. So baka po pwede mag-usap na lang si distribution utility in the case of Metro Manila. Medyo malaki-laki to, pero marami naman kayong dito. Meralco, mag-usap na lang. Titingnan na lang yung records ni DSWD na itong barangay na to, ito yung validated namin na purpose. Then may records naman po si distribution utilities. Ito yung mga consumers namin sa barangay na to. So lahat ng listed consumers sa distribution utility at nasa listahan din ng DSWD, isang certification na lang, hindi individual. Because in the case of the provinces, kung malayo yung barangay, kahit bigyan namin ng forms yung mga consumers, hindi sila pupunta sa munisipyo. Kasi gagastos na naman sila, may mga trabaho sila. So kaya ang ginawa na lang namin, kami na lang ang nagpa-process. But mahaba po dahil individual issuance of certification. So that is my recommendation, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, na baka pwedeng may consider ng DSWD. So, yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you for that point of information, Mr. Speaker. And just for the on record, for Congressman Dagook as well, data sharing, there's a data sharing agreement already with ERC. It has been signed, and so ERC now can actually use that data from the DSWD to identify the beneficiaries. In fact, it's hindi lang sa 4Ps. Even yung record ng NHTS poor are also already submitted to ERC.
Mr. Speaker, may mga patay na po doon. At saka yung iba po, binibinta na po yung mga bahay. For example, purpose beneficiaries tong registered consumer sa bahay na ito. Tas namatay na, bininta nung anak, kasi yung anak pumunta ng Maynila kung saan-saan. So, nag-a-avail pa rin yung nakatira. Ang nakatira, medyo hindi na siya purpose beneficiary. Mataas na yung ano niya. So,
Okay,
that's
Mr.
why
Speaker.
kailangan pa rin yung assistance ng DSWD.
Yes, we'll
We
take
will
note.
not rely on the list na binigay ni DSWD sa ERC. Kasi yung po ang nagpabagal based on our observation for the last 3 months na ginawa namin yung enrollment.
Okay, we will take note of that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Edsel Lagman of the 1st District of Albay.
Representative Edsel Lagman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not an interpellation. This is a short manifestation. Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to culminate in a happy note the budget process on the proposed budget of the DSWD. May I earnestly congratulate the DSWD under the able leadership of Secretary Rex Gatchalian for complying with Section 19 of Republic Act 9745, the Anti-Torture Act of 2009, and Section 27 of Republic Act 10353, or the Anti-Enforced or Involuntary Disappearance Act of 2012, mandating government agencies to formulate a comprehensive rehabilitation program for victims of torture and enforced disappearance, respectively. Mr. Speaker, this also makes the department compliant with the requirement to provide psychosocial support and assistance to the victims of human rights violations during martial law under Section 5 of Republic Act 10368, or the Human Rights Victims Reparation and Recognition Act of 2013, providing non-monetary reparation. Incidentally, or importantly, Mr. Speaker, it is only the DSWD of all the government agencies mandated who has complied with this mandate in the 3 progressive statutes of which I am the principal author. The DSWD program is entitled, quote, Healing Intervention Leading to Optimum Management for Victims of Torture and Enforced Disappearance and their families, which had been pilot tested in selected regions and is now ready for implementation. Hence, it is imperative that the necessary budget for its initial implementation be included in the fiscal year 2024 General Appropriations Act for this department. At the proper time, Mr. Speaker, if the time ever comes, I will suggest for the allocation of the necessary funds in order that the DSWD can implement this policy compliance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished lady.
Thank you for your manifestation.
And I would also like to thank Manong Edsel for your support, unwavering support to DSWD and the human rights victims as well.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Senior Deputy Minority Leader, Representative Paul Daza.
Representative Paul Daza is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to end on a happy note. Having heard the many good clarifications and answers to the queries earlier by the good sponsor, the Honorable Josie Lim Kai Chong, and considering that our former colleague is now heading the department of DSWD, who's been very effective and hardworking in addressing the many projects and programs of the department. I will shorten my interpellation to one good note. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, during the interpellation of the Commission on Higher Education, it was manifested on this floor that for the year 2023, there will be new tertiary educational subsidy grantees totaling 280,000 students. Furthermore, it was manifested last night that the new TES grantees will be chosen from the listahanan and or four-piece list that will be coming from the DSWD. This means that there will be many students from needy, poor families who will benefit from subsidies or scholarships from the CHED program. My question is, what is the status of the submission of the names of the possible candidates for the TES scholarship program that will come from the DSWD?
Mr. Speaker, the number 4-piece senior school, high school list, no? Which was submitted to CHED was 1,687,764 students, high school students po. And so far, previously 144 in 2018. 2018 up to 2023 present, CHED has served 144,000 students. From the Tulong Dulong, 2,028. From free higher education, 102,314. And for the tertiary education system, 40,595, with a total of 144,000.
Mr. Speaker, for the information of the sponsor and the department, the additional 280,000 for 2023 is besides the Tulong Dunong program. This will be the new TES, and the allocation will be, from my understanding, will be equally divided between students in the state universities and colleges and the private. So I think no less than the Secretary will be happy to hear that, because there will be more beneficiaries coming from our underrepresented and needy families based on the listahan list.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and our very generous Congressman from Samar, Congressman Raul, for giving us that heads up, because, of course, aside from the list we mentioned, there's still more than 100,000 that needs to be filled up. And if you're going to share it equitably to the different regions, then we would gladly submit as well additional list of 4-piece members. And aside from that, Mr. Speaker, we can also provide the good congressman probably submit a guideline for the beneficiaries during the family discussion sessions of who will be able to avail of the TES.
I will appreciate a report or an update that will address the implementation of that. And just to clarify for everyone, the existing students that's already in the program, whether Tulong Dunong, TES, or other scholarship programs, will automatically be continued. And the good news is that 280,000 nationwide for this year will be new beneficiaries. So I appreciate the offer to give me the report on that. I'd be more than happy to work with the department and the sponsor to pursue this good news, which will benefit 280,000 students and families for this year. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we're all satisfied with the responses of the good sponsor. We thank again Secretary Rex Gatchalian and the other officials of the DSWD for their presence here today. And having no more members of the minority who wishes to propound questions to the department, I move to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate for the budget of the DSWD for fiscal year 2024.
Thank you also, Mr. Speaker, and to our dear colleague.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Social and Welfare Development, including its attached agencies.
There is a motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Social and Welfare and Development, including attached agencies. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, including its attached agencies, is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended.
Tama ako, hindi. 280,000, 140. Actually, meron for position. 140. Sabi ko sa kanila. Oo.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume with the interpellations on the proposed budget of Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority. I so move.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Grabe yung kawawa sila. They keep on preparing because kanina.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Representative Angelica Natasha Co, Vice Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, to answer questions on the proposed budget of Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority.
Representative Ko is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as Vice Chairperson for Appropriations, it is my privilege and honor to sponsor the budget of Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority for fiscal year 2024. I'm now ready to receive any questions.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Senior Deputy Minority Leader, Representative Paul Daza.
Representative Paul Daza is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. We have been advised that the issues and concerns have been addressed by the SBMA, and having no more members who would like to interpellate, I move that we terminate the period of interpellation for the budget 2024 of the SBMA.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The interpellations on the proposed budget of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority is hereby terminated. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
can never out-argue.
Oo, di ba? Oo, yun eh. Pagka ano ka na.
Yes na lang.
Oh, yes ka na lang na yes, di ba? Happy wife, happy life. Ay, Nika. Okay ka na.
thank you,
Oh, galing,
Thank you.
galing, galing.
Thanks for the
Okay ka
tips.
na.
Yes.
Sige, mamaya pa yun, di ba?
Mamaya pa, pero
1 to 5 lang.
writing ko para.
Yeah, Luis lang, Luis. Hey, Luis.
Yes.
ASIC for the ICC. Cyber? Oh my gosh. Okay, good. Oh, I mean, it's a good looking character.
Huh?
Sure. I mean, when after the budget season, we and the mayor arrived from Abby, saan kami Abby? Taga saan?
I met Abby. And we brought Tola, Task Us, and
Yeah. I was standing this week.
Nice. You're rec-
Join us. This might help today kasi bago lang po. 123. Mamaya ibubulong sa akin yan. Yes, sir. Tinitira na yun. Ibubulong sa akin yan.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I please request everybody to please settle down and let's make room for the next department for whose budget we will tackle.
Yeah. House members, please settle down.
Ay, start na yata.
Okay, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpellations on the proposed budget of Department of Information and Communications Technology, including attached agencies.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials from the Department of Information and Communications Technology, namely Secretary Ivan John Uy, Yusek Paul Joseph Mercado, Yusek Heherson Asidao, Yusek David Almirol Jr., Yusek Jeffrey Ian D., Yusek Giselle Batapa Sig, ASEC Renato Paraiso, ASEC Maria Teresa Camba, ASEC Gerald James Reyes, ASEC Philip Varilla.
We acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, of course, headed by the good Secretary Ivan John Uy. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representatives Luis Campos Jr., Peter John Calderon, Alan Alduduhali, Marilyn Len Alonte, Vice Chairpersons of the Committee on Appropriations, to answer questions on the proposed budget of Department of Information and Communications Technology, including attached agencies.
The sponsors are recognized, headed by Vice Chair Luis Campos. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues, Mr. Speaker, DICT family. in the interest of brevity and efficiency, this representation is now ready to be interpolated on the budget of the DICT, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Marisa Del Mar Magsino from the OFW party list for her interpellation.
Representative Marisa Magsino is recognized.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Speaker. To the DICT family, good afternoon. To our distinguished colleague, Mr. Sponsor, good afternoon po sa ating lahat. In the 2022 budget of the DICT, you have a locally funded project labeled National ICT Household Survey with a budget of 70.6 million. May I know, Mr. Sponsor, what are the objectives of this program and what were the accomplishments of this program in 2022? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, it is an ITO requirement for to be able to assess the capability, the ICT capability of countries, Mr. Speaker. So we have to comply with it.
So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, so we cannot detail any accomplishment of the program for 2022, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, the survey served already as a baseline for many of the decision-making processes undertaken by the DICT, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, I noticed that in the 2023 budget of the DICT, this line item no longer appears. However, in the proposed budget of DICT for 2024, it reappears with a proposed budget of 16,873,000. May I know, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, why is there a new allocation for 2024 for a similar project that has been discontinued this year, 2023? Is it that from a technical perspective, surveys are always conducted at least every 3 to 5 years? What did we miss, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, in response to the query of the Honorable Magsino, the one in the 2022 budget was the first phase, which was concluded within 2023. The second phase will commence in 2024. Hopefully, it will be concluded within the year, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sponsor. In 2022, the DICT has an obligated allotment of 9.034 billion. For what specific projects and programs does this unobligated allotment pertains to, Mr. Sponsor, and why were they unobligated? What is now the status of these funds, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Currently, Mr. Speaker, 70% of that budget is already under procurement. So we hope to be able to outdo last year's performance and definitely outdo the underwhelming performance of the previous administration, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I should note that it is an obligated allocation of 9.034 billion is out of the total appropriations of 13.83 billion in 2022 or 65%. This 2023, the DICT has again a projected unobligated allotment of 4.23 billion out of a total appropriations of 13.97 billion. May I ask, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, is this an indication of a low absorptive capacity of the DICT? And is this probably the reason why DBM decided
a lower proposed budget of 8.733 billion for DICT for 2024 from 13.83 billion this 2023. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, admittedly, the past years have been a bit, again, underwhelming in terms of utilization of the budget of the agency, but this is attributable to a host of causes, mostly not of the current administration's doing, which includes, if I may say, remediable organizational setup, as well as the implementation or enactment of additional back entities. As well as to add, we have new regional offices that have been created within the year, bringing up the total to 15 from the previous 8. From the previous 8, which meant that before the disbursement of funds and funds and goods were clustered. So now we are now more capacitated to be able to oversee on a per region basis. Although we still lack 2 more regional offices. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, this representation of the OFW party list would like to make it very clear the reason why our DICT and the free Wi-Fi facilities nationwide is very important, because a lot of our OFWs are not reachable, especially with their families abroad and in the remote areas. We are said to be the #1 texting capital in the world, but we are only on the 17.7% internet connectivity in the whole of Southeast Asia. May I ask then, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, what is now the status of our free Wi-Fi internet access program na para naman po maibigay natin sa mga constituents natin that already have submitted their different locations and for the urgent need para po sa ating free Wi-Fi. May I have the status, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, this representation appreciates the query of the Honorable Magsino, and I am proud to be able to share with you that from a dismal 2,000 free Wi-Fi areas, we are on track to having 11,000 free Wi-Fi areas, concentrated mostly on the GIDA areas, the grossly disadvantaged and grossly isolated and disadvantaged areas, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, I will not prolong my interpellation. All the other queries are already addressed. I would just like to make a very friendly reminder, if I may, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Ang ating pong, ang OFW party list po ay first termer lamang po dito sa Kongreso, but pinipilit po natin na matutunan ang lahat po ng mga dapat pong matutunan to be able to serve the most underprivileged society, the OFW, the overseas Filipinos, and ating mga seamen. Sana po, pag meron pong concern ang bawat isang ahensya o ang ating mga offices and we directly communicated sa inyo pong mga opisina, we expect, kasi nasa batas po yan, na at least within 15 days dapat po nating sagutin ang mga queries, issues, and concern. Hindi ko na po iisahin ang batas na yan at i-elaborate, but we need to have the full respect to each other, agency to agency, and we are in the legislative. Kasi po, ang nangyayari po, ay nagkakaroon lamang po ng pakikipag-usap or pakikipag-connect pag malapit na po ang budget deliberation. At nangyayari po ito parati pong last minute. Pwede naman po kasing magkaroon ng communication even way before our offices are connecting to your offices. Yung respeto po on the different agencies must always be respected. Ngayon naman po, kasi po, kunwari, ang ating constituents, okay, sige po, bibigay namin yung pangangailangan ng inyong constituents, but after the budget deliberation, karamihan po, nakakalimutan na po ang mga constituents na humihingi po ng mga concern na dapat pong bigyan ng atensyon. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, wag naman po sana makalimutan ang mga promise po sa ating mga constituents dahil kami po mga legislators po ang nakaharap po sa kanila. I hope na ito pong ating mga free wifi na to at ang ating nasabi ni Secretary Ivan Uy earlier, yung napaka-good news na OFW app, we will be expecting and we will be very happy na maging kaisa po ninyo dito sa inyo pong OFW app. At ito po yung napakagandang balita para sa ating mga kababayan all over the world. At sana naman po ay hindi po mangyari, magkita na naman po tayo sa susunod na budget deliberation. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Your OFW party list po nagsasabing, mahal po namin kayo at sana po maibigay po ang para sa inyong ating mga OFWs. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
Speaker, in response to the Honorable Magsino's final statement, she has the assurance of this representation that she can coordinate with my office at any time regarding any concern with the agency, and we have a continuous working relationship, not just for the budget.
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Speaker.
Thank you so much. God bless us all.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for the next interpellator, I move that we recognize Representative Sergio Dagook of the APAC party list.
Representative Sergio Dagook is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. For the distinguished sponsor, my dear colleague, I yield to only 4 clarificatory questions that can be answered by yes or no, Mr. Speaker. Would you yield to only 4 clarificatory questions that can be answered by yes or no, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, this representation yields to the pleasure of the Honorable Dago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Mine is only a reiteration of my concern in the budget briefing. Ilan po ba yung target natin na Wi-Fi sites for 2023? For this year, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, we are on track for the target of 11,000 free Wi-Fi areas, Mr. Speaker.
11,000. So, yung bang 11,000 ay yan yung target natin for clarity, Mr. Speaker?
Opo, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Yun po ang target natin.
Ilan na po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor yung tapos natin as of August?
So, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as of the current time, about 3,000 remain to be completed, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So meaning you have already completed more or less 8,000?
More or less,
Am I
more or
correct?
less, Mr. Speaker.
So for 2024, which is the target is 15,000, is my memory right? It is 15,000 for 2024.
Mga ganun nga ho, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang target natin for 2024 is about 14 or 15,000 because the total that we want to put up would be 25,000, Mr. Speaker.
So what is really the number, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, 14, 15? Kasi dapat alam natin yan kasi nasa budget po.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it's approximately closer to 14,000 for 2024.
Okay, so if that's closer to 14,000, is it already covered under the under the 2024 NIP? Covered ba yung cost?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, this is an interesting question because of the Spectrum Users Fund, the NEP only covers 11,000 free Wi-Fi areas. So, magre-request po tayo ng additional download from the Spectrum Users Fund to be able to fund the balance of over 3,000, Mr. Speaker.
So that's why I'm raising that issue, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kasi for next year, pag tinanong, yan naman po ang magiging dahilan. That's why during the budget briefing, pinuna ko po na baka masyadong mataas yung 15 because of our experience before. But knowing na bago naman kayo dyan sa DICT, baka iba na po yung ano. So, meaning, ang sigurado lang talaga is na funded sa NIP natin ngayon is ilan?
11,000, Mr. Speaker.
11,000. At least malinaw para hindi tayo aasa. Kung 11 lang yung matapos ninyo, I am doing this for the record, Mr. Speaker, para pagbalikan natin yung record next year, malinaw po na conditional po yung balance dahil pag hindi po na-release yung spectrum, hindi po kayo masisisi. Kasi ang pinunduhan lang po ni DBM, 11 lang talaga, gusto nyo 14. Pero kailangang mapunduhan yung 3,000 sa ibang sources.
Mr. Speaker, to shed further light to the question of the Honorable Dagook, the Spectrum Users Fund will fund the 2.5 billion, which is downloadable every year, will fund the 11,000. And upon agreement with the DBM, pag naubos po yung 2.5, pwede po mag-draw down from the Spectrum Users Fund, which now amounts to a total of na may certified na daw na 7.5 billion downloadable funds. So, kung maayos po ang implementasyon at mabilis ang implementasyong nasabi, magdo-draw down po tayo para mapondohan. So what we want would be actually to roll out at a faster rate than 14,000 or 15,000 for the year. But again, we are in the process of acclimatizing the new administration of the ICT. So far, okay naman po. And the acid test would be in 2024.
So, just for the record, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, in short, we have no problem as far as fund is concerned. The 14,000 can be implemented next year without worry about the funding. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Dagook is correct.
With that assurance, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I will end my interpellation. Thank you for the response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable
very much.
Dagook.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for the next interpellator, I move that we recognize Representative Franz Castro of the ACT Teachers Party List. I so move.
Honorable Franz Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, sa ating distinguished sponsor, at kay Secretary Ivan Uy at sa DICT family. So would the distinguished sponsor yield to some questions?
Mr. Speaker, definitely to the Honorable Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So last budget briefing of the DICT, I asked for data about the free Wi-Fi, particularly in public schools. with the DepEd and the SUC. But unfortunately, the DICT did not comply. Am I correct? Kasi wala po akong natanggap na data.
Mr. Speaker, the DICT forwarded the request of the Honorable Castro to the Committee on Appropriations. I will just verify.
So can we have a copy?
Papadalhan natin. Dahil hindi ho ako papayag, Mr. Speaker, na any request of documents by any of my colleagues, of our colleagues in Congress would go unheeded. Ano yung question? Dalawang yan. Okay. So, ito free Wi-Fi, no? Okay, the document will be forwarded to the Honorable Castro, but in the meantime, I will answer her query verbally. Pertaining to the free Wi-Fi okay. For public elementary schools, 37,776 locations. Public high schools, 10,024 locations. Okay? This is from the period 2024 to 2028. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I'm asking this, Mr. Speaker, because every year, no, we are funding the free Wi-Fi. So kung tatandaan ko po, siguro alam din ng ating distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na medyo malaki-laki na rin yung yung pinupondo natin dito sa Wi-Fi ng ating mga public schools. Pero hindi pa rin siya nakukumpleto. So gusto natin talaga na makapag-catch up, if I may use the term of the DBM, para magkaroon ng Wi-Fi itong ating mga schools. Dahil alam niyo po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, napakahalaga na ngayon ang internet access. At in fact, sabi ko nga sa briefing, this is a human right, yung access natin dun sa internet. Kaya kung ganito kabagal, yung pagpo-provide natin ng mga Wi-Fi o free Wi-Fi sa ating mga eskwelahan, paano na yung iba't ibang mode of learning, di ba? Kung may mga problema tayo, for example, on the different suspension of classes due to natural disaster, isa sa pamamaraan ng pagtuturo, mode of teaching and learning, ay yung blended learning using online. So, kaya nga gusto natin, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, na sana ay makumpleto na itong mga Wi-Fi sites or location sa ating mga eskwelahan. Pero wala pa po yatang binabanggit ang distinguished sponsor natin sa mga state colleges and universities. So, ilan po yung ating ano yung data natin doon sa mga free Wi-Fi location doon sa ating mga SUCs. So, wala pa.
Meron po tayo, papunta na po yung dokumento kay Honorable Franz Castro.
Thank you. Okay.
A total of, pertaining to state universities and colleges, meron po tayong 163 locations po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. SUCs po yan.
Okay, that's good to know kasi more than 100, parang 116 yung ating mga SUCs. So, kailangan po natin yan. At sana po, wala po bang sa elementary? Wala tayo sa elementary, no, Mr. Speaker? Nung data on the internet access kasi kailangan din natin yan sa elementary. Kung meron locations tayo sa elementary?
While, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we realize the importance even to the much younger students of internet. We have 317 functioning locations for elementary, pero we can prioritize this for inclusion. Because yung 317 po, yan ngayon lang natin nagawa. So it also sets a good benchmark for how we will roll out sa elementary level, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So itong kagaya nga na nasabi ko, no, mahalaga na sana makumpleto na natin. So plano ba ng DICT na kompletohin itong mga locations na ito? Lalong-lalo na, Mr. Speaker, doon sa area na talagang kailangan yung internet access sa mga rural areas.
Pertaining to the question of katanungan po ng kagalang-galang na Franz Castro, plano po talaga ng DICT kompletuhin ito. Ang problema lang ay ang time frame for implementation because even by 2028, we will still not hit 100% rollout.
Okay.
At current rates.
Yeah.
And even at current projected budget, including the current SUF and the current budget allocation of the agency, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
But at least it's good to know na merong ganong projection at target. Okay? So, yun lang po yung ating yung concerns about the update on the free Wi-Fi. Okay, next topic, Mr. Speaker, as regards to the confidential funds of the DICT. So, historically, from 2016 to 2024, during the budget briefing po ng DICT, it is reported that in 2022, out of 13.33 billion, only 4.3 billion was obligated and disbursed. Only 4.3 billion was obligated, or that is equivalent to 32% obligation rate. And only 2.92 billion was disbursed, or 22% disburse rate over the allotment. So, moreover, since 2019 until 2022, we have seen or nakita natin yung sobrang baba ng disbursement rate over the allotment of the ICT. Mababa din yung yung obligation rate ni hindi umabot ito doon sa 2021 to 2022 na level. So, pwede po bang malaman yung naging problema natin dito sa disbursement rate?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, mula 2022 hanggang 2023, yun po yung palit ng administrasyon. Mapupuna po natin na meron tayo sinita na download ng previous administration ng DICT na pondo sa ibang government agencies na ipinasoli po natin. Kaya napadagdag po ito dun sa pondo ng DICT, pero ito'y maglalapse. Maglalapse po itong pondo to. One example would be a 500 million that was returned from the MMDA, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Alin po ang na-return natin? Kasi noong anong date po 'yun o anong year po 'yun? Ito po yung tinutukoy ba natin, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, na 2021 at 2022.
500, bagyo magkano? 100 plus yun. 100 yung bago. 4. Kala ko 500 million. Okay, so ganito ho yan. Nung previous administration, patapos na po yung, may nag-acting secretary po, ako din po yung sponsor nung panahon na yon. Nag-download sila para ma-disburse ang kanilang pondo, nag-download sila without congressional approval, i-finan out sa mga iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno yung pondo na isinoli na po. Ang part nung ibinigay sa MMDA was 1.1 billion, nag-lapse yung 600 million Kaya ibinalik yung 500 million sa DICT and another 300 million was given to Baguio, the city of Baguio, which was also returned. Okay, kaya that explains in part the low utilization rate of the DICT for the period the period immediately following 2022, Mr. Speaker.
Well, baka nagkakalituhan tayo, Mr. Speaker, no? Medyo nalilito ako doon sa statement po ng ating butihing sponsor. So, without congressional authority, so nag-download tayo. Kasi alam ko po ang confidential fund, without the congressional authority, ay hindi pwedeng basta-basta yan itatransfer
Mr. Speaker,
sa
Your Honor.
kung saan. Confidential fund yung pinag-uusapan natin.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, Madam. Hindi po confidential fund ang pinag-uusapan natin. It's the actual budget.
Okay, so yung actual budget, okay?
Actual budget po.
So, sinasabi ninyo yung 30, sinasabi natin that in 2022, out of 13.33 billion, there are only 4.3 billion was obligated. So 32% yung obligation rate ng buong budget. Buong budget no ng DICT. So doon muna tayo siguro, buong budget ng DICT and only 2.92 billion was disbursed or 22% disbursement rate over the allotment. So ano po yung gusto ko lang pong malinawan, Mr. Speaker, yung binabanggit po ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor about yung na-download sa mga agency itong mga pondo na ito. So kaya hindi siya na-disburse or na-obligate.
Mr. Speaker, party po yan sa binabanggit ni Congresswoman Franz. And of course, we have to understand that 2022 was an election year. Nagpalit po ng administrasyon ang DICT na ang dinatnan during the election period, wala nang ginastos. Ang dinatnan pong utilization ng current administration was 18%, which was raised to about 32% by the end of the year, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so yun po yung budget ng buong DICT. So 32% lang yung na-obligate.
That was last year, Mr. Speaker.
Oo, yung 2023. 2022 budget.
2022 po yan,
Yeah,
Mr.
so
Speaker.
2022 budget, 32% lang po yung na-disbursed. So meron tayong mga catch-up plan para ma-obligate natin, ma-disburse natin yung pondo for 2022. Ay, magpapatong na yan sa 2023. So ano po ba yung mga proyekto or programs na mabagal yung pag-usad or hindi pa natin nasa sa katuparan based on the 2022 budget po?
Okay, ang pinakamabagal po yung government data center. That was part of the funds that were returned to the DICT, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So that accounts for how many percent of that remaining? Kasi kung 32%, 68%. So anong porsyento ng 68% po yung sinasabi nating government data center?
Mr. Speaker, 1.3 billion approximately yung government data center, pero ito yung pinakamabagal. Meron pang ibang programa na masasabi nating hindi tayo masyadong satisfecho sa rollout speed. Okay? So,
what is that if I may ask, Mr. Speaker?
yung isa pang karagdagan dito na medyo may kabagalan ng pag-rollout is a National Broadband Program.
So, kung ito po yung budget sa 2022 no na mabagal yung yung obligation, yung government data center at saka yung national broadband, 'di ba? So, papatong na naman yung 2024 na budget para dito. So, magkano Mr. Speaker yung 2023 na budget for government data center and the national broadband?
A national data center is still Yeah, 2023, understand. Okay, so bakit?
May I ask for a minute of suspension?
1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Return. Kailangan mo i-request ulit yun. Pero ngayon, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Session resumed.
Okay, sa national, sorry. Mr. Speaker, regarding the national data center, may kabagalan talaga. It's at 10% right now because nag-revert po yung pondo sa National Treasury at alam niyo naman po yung proseso ng pag-request uli. Parte ho yun doon sa nagpabagal ng implementasyon. And then there were legal issues also to be settled doon sa mga lalagyan ng data centers like lease in locations like BCDA, but all these are being undertaken right now. Kaya, pero yung actual po na utilization for the data center, pending all this, is at about 10%, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, ang tinatanong ko po, magkano po yung budget natin doon sa government data center? At yun ba yung sinasabi niyong 1-point-something billion? And then, that is for 2022. How much is being asked or being asked by the DICT on the government data center, again, for 2024?
For 2024, Mr. Speaker, the DICT is asking 1.3 billion for the data center.
So the same? The same amount for 2022 and 2024? The same amount for the government data center?
Noong 2022 po, it was 1.6, pero parti po nun isinoli maglapse.
Okay. 2023, it is 1.3.
Yeah.
And what is your proposal for 2024?
2024 po yung 1.3. Request po natin yan.
Okay. How about the national broadband, Mr. Speaker?
Ang yearly request po for the NBP or the National Broadband Program is at 1.5, and we are currently in a much improved situation. It is a 25% implementation, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So that's clear, no? gusto lang natin banggitin ito, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung utilization rate or tsaka yung paggamit. Kasi ayaw natin, Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor, na nagbabudget tayo at hindi naman ito nagagawa, no? Hindi naman ito nasa katuparan na itong mga project na ito, kung tutuusin, kung naipush natin at nagamit natin yung pondo, so wala siguro tayo mga problema, no, doon sa ating mga government center at saka doon sa national broadband. So matagal na kasi tayo na nag-ask for the access talaga doon sa mga programs na ganito at saka yung internet access, etc. So pagpapakita ito, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ng not a good governance, especially on fiscal management. So I just would like to tell you frankly na yung DICT ay hindi siya maganda doon sa tinatawag nating fiscal management. Kasi bibigyan ka ng pondo, hindi mo magagamit, baka wala kang plano or hindi maalam ang DICT, tapos ibabalik natin. So parang tinitignan natin ito na hindi ito good sign ng good governance. Okay? Particularly on fiscal management. And I hope with the new leadership ng DICT, ma-accomplish na natin yung sinasabi nating mga programs na very essential sa ating mga government institutions at sa ating mga syempre dun sa pangangailangan din ng ating mga kababayan dun sa internet access. Okay, so would a distinguished sponsor would assure that na sa next na mga fiscal year ay talagang aayusin na natin yung ating fiscal management na level. Ngayon kasi poor. So, ano kaya? May aasahan na ba natin sa mga susunod ay magiging ano na yan, ano?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, hindi po papayag itong representasyon na to na hindi mapagbigyan yung hiling ng kagalang-galang na Franz Castro at ng ating mga kababayan for connectivity and efficiency in the DICT. And you have my assurance that I will be constantly keeping an eye on them so that I may be able to apprise my colleagues in Congress of the progress of the DICT and its utilization.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Okay, so on the next topic po ay yung confidential fund. Okay? So, sa confidential fund, Mr. Speaker, meron pong 2019, 400 million. Ang actual obligation ay 300 million. In 2020, 800 million. Pero ang actual obligation ay 100 million. Ngayon, humihingi na naman. In 2021, 2022, 2023, walang confidential fund. Ngayong 2024, meron tayong 300 million para sa confidential fund. Pero sa kabila ng very low obligation rate and disbursement rate over allotment, plano pa rin ng DICT, plano pa rin ba natin sa Kongreso, na magkaroon sila ng 300 million na confidential fund. Based on historical data, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, few instances lamang na nanghingi ng CF ang DICT, Office of the Secretary. Kagaya na nabanggit ko, 2019, 2020, and 2024. Okay? But we noticed, Mr. Speaker, that in 2019 and 2020, humingi rin ng confidential fund ang DICT OSEC amounting to 400 and 800 million respectively. Sa mga halagang ito, 300 million and 100 million lang yung na-obligate. Okay? So, maaari ko bang tanungin, Mr. Speaker, etong 2020, na-disburse ba ito? Kasi from 800, ang nakita ko lang na report ay 100 lang yung obligate. Ang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, na-obligate ba itong, na-disburse ba itong 100 million? Magkano at kailan?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, according to our records, the agency records, the fund was used for the Bayanihan, COVID response funds during that time.
Ito pong 100 million.
Yes. 800? Nagamit ba?
2020, Bayanihan, COVID, COVID response activity.
Opo, Mr. Speaker.
Okay,
Your
so yan
Honor.
po ba ay naka-report sa COA? Have you submitted the needed documentary?
Meron po, nasa central office po ng COA yun.
Okay. According to the SAOB of the DICT posted in its website, as of third quarter of September 2020, hindi pa na-obligate itong 100 million confidential fund. Can the sponsor confirm that the DICT OSEC obligated 100 million confidential fund during the last quarter? Alam niyo po yung SAOB, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, sa madaling layman's word, ito po yung financial statement na sinasubmit po ng ating mga ahensya. So doon natin nakikita yung date of obligation and date of disbursement. So nakita po natin, on third quarter ng September 2020, hindi pa na-obligate itong 100 million na confidential fund. So can the sponsor confirm that the DICT OSEC obligated 100 million confidential fund during the last quarter?
It was confirmed that to have been obligated in the last quarter of 2020, Mr. Speaker. 2020.
Kapag sinabi pong sinasabi nating obligated, so meron na yun yung program at nandoon na po yung obligasyon natin na bayaran na itong confidential fund. Kapag sinabi namang na-disburse itong 100 million noong 2020, in just 3 months, ginamit ninyo yung 100 million na confidential fund. Yun po ba ang ibig sabihin nun?
Na-obligate, na-purchase po, nagamit po yung pondo, Mr. Speaker.
So in 3 months,
Opo.
itong 100 million. Pero nakalagay po sa SAOB, hindi pa po ito disbursed as of December 2020. As of December 31, 2020. Pero bakit sinasabi natin na disbursed na ito?
Ang cut-off po nung report is September, and the utilization of the 100 million was during the end of the year towards the last quarter, kaya hindi po umabot sa cut-off. So,
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. Speaker, kasi nagdaraan
Mr.
yung
Speaker.
aking time.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, in response to the query of the Honorable Castro, the cut-off was September. It was obligated in October, towards the end of the year. So it is included in the full year-on-year report. Pero ito po'y confidential fund, so ito po'y hindi natin pwedeng isiwalat sa publiko. Kung kaya naman po, yun lang po
Mr.
masasabi
Speaker,
namin.
hindi naman natin tinatanong, no? Kasi sinabi niyo naman kanina, bayanihan purpose. Ang tinatanong ko lang, kung ito ay na-disburse. Kasi dun sa record ng SAOB, 3 months, itong 100 na million na disburse ng DICT. So sabi ko nga, in 3 months, na-obligate at disburse ninyo itong 300 million. So yun, kung sa bayanihan yun, wala naman tayong problema. I will just ask the COA kung ano po yung nangyari dito. So, next, Mr. Speaker, ay yung 2019 na from 400 million appropriation, merong obligation na 300 million. We noticed na hindi kayo nag-post ang DICT sa website ng SAOB noong 2019. Kailan na-obligate itong 300 million confidential fund noong 2019? Magkano ang na-disburse? Kailan? At ano yung naging purpose? Kasi wala, hindi ko makita sa website itong 2019 na confidential fund. So actually, Mr. Speaker, most of the SAOB posted in the website of the ICT are only as of third quarter. Nasaan yung fourth quarter? Bakit hindi nyo sinusunod yung general provision on transparency seal ng GAA? Okay? So, yun po ang tinatanong natin dito. Napakalaking pondo nito na hindi ninyo nire-report kung paano ito na-obligate at na-disburse. So, yun lang po yung tanong natin, Mr. Speaker.
Confidential reports po ng confidential funds ng previous DICT administration po yon. So, hindi ko po masasabi kung may access po tayo dun sa detalyeng hinihingi ni Congresswoman Castro.
No, Mr. Speaker, mahalaga yung institutional memory. Hindi ibig sabihin na bago na yung leadership ay hindi na natin alam yung mga nakaraan. Bakit napalitan na rin ba yung mga staff na mga nandiyan? Mukhang ang nagpalit lang naman yung leadership, di ba? So dapat meron kayong institutional memory. 2019 pa ito. At makikita nyo doon sa SAOB, Mr. Speaker, na wala talagang report kahit sa website. So there's something wrong kung ganon. Kasi we have to follow Section 104 nung transparency seal na ganyan din dapat lahat na gawin ng mga agency na humihingi ng confidential fund, Mr. Speaker. Kaya hindi pwedeng sabihin na hindi natin sakop ito o hindi wala pa tayo that time. Can you ask, Mr. Speaker, for the report of those in charge with this? So kung hindi yan sa part ng na Secretary Ivan Uy, so dapat yung mga nasa baba na nag-in charge diyan, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I will compel the agency to determine who amongst the ones who had access to that fund are still with the ICT, and we will submit this list to the Honorable Castro and to the Committee on Appropriations so that she may be able to have assurance that the information she seeks will at least be shed light on. But in the same breath, Mr. Speaker, for the year 2024, because this is where we will resume the confidential fund use of the...
Mr. Speaker, so hindi naman sasabit sa akin, at least man lang ilagay nyo sa website ninyo. Okay? Kasi hindi namin nakikita sa website yung paano yung na-obligate itong confidential fund. Hindi naman na kailangan yung mga detalye niyan. Alam ko naman na talagang sasubmit lang yan sa tatlong ahensya. So kailangan lang na makita ng ating mga kababayan kung paano na-utilize itong confidential fund.
Okay.
At hindi tayo papayag, Mr. Speaker, for my final note, na meron na namang i-request na 300 million ang DICT for 2024. Kahit na sinasabi na mahalaga sa kanila itong confidential fund. Pero in history, nakita naman natin ang history kung paano siya ina-obligate. So kung mahalaga ito, dapat na-obligate natin at na-disburse. So paano nyo ngayon masasabi na mahalaga itong 300 million na proposal ulit ng DICT for confidential fund? So I think, Mr. Speaker, hindi tayo makakapayag na ibigay ulit itong 300 million for 2024 na ganito yung record and history ng pag-disburse obligate ng confidential fund. So yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat, distinguished.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Franz Castro.
Daghang salamat. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for the next interpellator, I move that we recognize Representative Raul Daniel Manuel of the Kabataan Party List for his interpellation.
Representative Raul Manuel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the sponsor yield to a few questions?
Mr. Speaker, this presentation yields to the Honorable Raul Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gusto lang po natin muna itanong, Mr. Speaker, regarding the SIM card registration. Dahil sa simula pa lang po, nandyan na ang ating mga reservations na magiging effective ito para sugpuin ang scams using phone numbers. Dahil nga based on empirical evidence, nasimulan na po ito in majority of countries all over the world, napatunay hindi naman talaga effective. Pero still, ginawa natin ito dito sa Pilipinas at ngayon we hear from the ICT na plano nila na manghingi ng 300 million pesos para sa confidential fund para daw labanan ang mga scammers. So, Mr. Speaker, nandyan din ang recent observations na kahit ang gamiting ID, ang picture doon ay mga hayop o mga cartoon characters, ay pumapasa ito doon sa verification process ng SIM card registration. So, Mr. Speaker, ano ba talaga ang mga plano natin? Given nga na hindi naman talaga ganun ka-epektibo ang SIM card registration.
So, Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge the glitches from the past as raised by the Honorable Raul Manuel. And the NTC has already issued a memo order 10-09-2023, guidelines post-validations of registration, and to adopt technology, among others, that would include facial liveliness, ibig sabihin po na, gumagalaw yung tao, so hindi ho siya AI, live selfie, optical character recognition, and facial recognition and matching. Para po mabawasan po yung agam-agam natin na papasa po ang picture ng unggoy, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, sa isang banda, halimbawa, may mga bansa po na una nag-mandate ng SIM card registration, tapos dahil nga hindi naging epektibo, ay nagdagdag ng mga hinihinging impormasyon o iba't ibang mga biometrics na lalong actually nagpapalalim pa ng mga agam-agam na ating mga kababayan regarding their personal data. Dahil nga in the guise of protecting the people, di hinihingi natin yung mas marami pang impormasyon sa ating mga kababayan na yun po ay vital na actually pagmamayari ng iba't ibang mga tao at ito po ay isisentro habang hindi pa makita na ating mga kababayan ang positibong effects ng SIM card registration. Kung meron po ditong nakakaganansya na Mr. Speaker, yun ay kung sino man yung mga may hawak ng napakaraming information na nasa-centralize. Kaya Mr. Speaker, as a follow-up, dahil ito ang balak ng DICT, paano ba talaga tayo ma-assure na lahat ng mga hininging impormasyon ay hindi yan mapupunta sa masasamang mga kamay at magamit pa sa hindi magagandang mga motibo, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, bilang katugunan po sa sinabi ng ating Honorable Raul Manuel, bilang batas, may mandato po kung ano lang pong impormasyon ang pwedeng kunin at ibigay ng isang individual para sa SIM card registration. At kailangan po nating amyendahan ang SIM card law in order to ask or require additional personal information, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'll now proceed to another topic. Dahil nagiging uso din, well, on a global scale, ang paggamit ng mga spyware o mga software na ang intent ay magsagawa ng mass surveillance on gadgets or other forms of devices. Halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, ang Pegasus, ito po ay produkto ng NSO Group. Ito po ay isang kumpanya based sa Israel. At kaya po nito, Mr. Speaker, na ito ay pwedeng i-install remotely sa mga smartphone without requiring any action sa may-ari ng smartphone. Mr. Speaker, once installed, Pegasus allows clients na i-control ang mga devices, including access to messages from encrypted messaging apps like WhatsApp, Signal, at pwedeng i-on ang microphone tsaka camera. Mr. Speaker, for the record, gusto lang po nating malaman, meron bang plano ngayon or in the immediate future ang DICT na mag-procure o gumamit ng mga spyware kagaya ng Pegasus?
No, not at all, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. It would be blatantly no, that is not within the mandate of the DICT, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, hearing that, we hope that next year or in the coming years ay hindi gumamit ang ating pamahalaan ng ganitong delikadong mga tipo ng teknolohiya na pwedeng i-justify for national security pero sa katotohanan ay mas nabubuksan pa yung ating mga kababayan sa invasion ng kanilang privacy at magagamit pa para pwedeng tiktikan yung mga kababayan natin who have views that might not really align with that of the administration. So this is where I end my interpellation, Mr. Speaker, and I thank our sponsor for answering our questions.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Senior Deputy Minority Leader, Representative Paul Daza.
Representative Paul Daza is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to everyone. Will the good sponsor yield?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, definitely.
Thank you very much. Earlier, there were many concerns, issues about low utilization. I personally raised these issues last year, and I realized that the DICT is a fairly new department, I think 5-6 years old, and they're going through, growing pains. In our committee hearing before, the low utilization was pointed out, but I recall there were catch-up plans. I know that you had mentioned a few earlier. I wanted to be fair to the department and give the sponsor an opportunity to expound on maybe a few items that he would like to share with the House.
Pertaining to the catch-up plan, Mr. Speaker, the most significant part of this would be the assurance of the agency that it would be hitting utilization rate of 70% by the end of the year, which may seem low by intra-agency standards, but is already stratospheric when it comes to the ICT based on its historical data, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, that's good to hear. I think that's a good target. It will be a substantial improvement from last year. Would that be a fair statement to make?
Mr. Speaker?
I said that target of 70% would be a substantial improvement from last year's performance. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, more than fair, Mr. Speaker, because it would be more than double last year's performance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We noticed when we looked at the proposed budget for 2024 of the department, we saw a somewhat anomalous situation. And please let me explain. We know that the DICT really has at least 4 components that I know of. One, which is the most famous one now, is the Free Public Wi-Fi program. They have the National Broadband Plan. They're also in cybersecurity and e-government programs or digitalization. Now, we noticed that some of the items within the department that are fast-moving were reduced. It was counterintuitive to us. For example, the General Administration and Support Services, which funds, the usual, what we call usual overhead, security, electricity, fuel, that kind of expense, was reduced by almost 50%. I think it's counterproductive because if we want to fast-track their programs, why would we reduce their GASS, or what we call GAS, the General Administration Support Services Fund? Does the sponsor have any thoughts on that?
Well, any reduction on the gas, or as you said, as the Honorable Senior Deputy Minority Leader said, the operating expenses would be detrimental to any organization. But in this case, the reduction of approximately 43% would yield disastrous results. Because these are steadily recurring expenses. So if you cut this, it's like a vehicle which is supposed to have a tank of gas to reach a certain destination. You only put half. So you only go halfway, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you to the sponsor for agreeing with our analysis, because one of the good things that I thought DICT started doing was to empower the regional offices. In fact, in my region, and I'm grateful for the good secretary, that they started doing procurement and implementation of programs. Whereas in previous years, one of the problems of DICT was it was too centralized. And now they're starting to use the regional offices. And I think this might impact, that particular improvement in their program. So if the majority and if the vice chair will support, we would support an increase in that particular PAP because, as the sponsor agreed, it would be counterproductive to reduce the gas item in their budget. Now, to highlight also another, I think, counterproductive situation in the budget of the DICT, no less than the President, and I think everyone in the House and the entire country supported the President when he said, one of his priorities is e-digitalization, e-governance. There's a lot of good programs that need to be done. E-travel, ELGU, I'm sure the sponsor knows. We need to tie in all the services, digitalize all of that, and help the LGUs, help travelers. I know they have eGovPay, some sort of a payment gateway. There's so many digitalization that needs to be done, but the budget for that part of the ICT, which has been fast-moving, seems to be very low allocation. Would the sponsor have any comments on that?
This representation agrees with the Senior Deputy Minority Leader that this definitely is counterintuitive and counterproductive. I think the allocation is only 600 million, where the requirement would be about over 2 billion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, having heard that, I think all of us want to help the ICT. I personally believe in the law that established the free public Wi-Fi. I support the President's mandate on digitalization. Should the majority at the right time make a move to augment the budget for gas, for e-digitalization, I think all the members of the minority would support that, and I will encourage the Vice Chair to take a deeper look into it and find ways to augment what was discussed. Mr. Speaker, there's also another concern, as articulated earlier by the sponsor, essentially from the Spectra user fee collected by the NTC, there's $2.5 billion allocated for the free public Wi-Fi program. But there's a somewhat constraining factor set forth by the DBM, which is when the DBM releases, from my understanding, the 2.5 billion pesos for the free public Wi-Fi program, it's only good till year end. But when you procure Wi-Fi, or what we all call internet, even for our homes and offices, it's a service that you recur every month. And so there's a mismatch of the validity of that funding to the actual utilization. So I think that's hampering, and I want to find solutions because I want to find solutions to help the department utilize these funds for the benefit of the country, of the public, of the 110,000 sites that's been specified initially in the law.
Mr. Speaker, the point raised by the Senior Deputy Minority Leader is very valid. The SUF, or Spectrum Users Fund, was created for very good intentions, for connectivity. But again, the lifespan is only a year, while the GAA is good for 2 years. So it would be a good idea to have the lifespan the same as the GAA.
I support that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that recommendation, because I think in the special provisions of the 2024 GAA, GAB, as the most recent version, I think we put in 2-year validity for MOOE. And I think even capital outlay, I'd have to check. So I hope that the sponsor will propose a special provision that will address that the SUF will match the validity of the 2024 GAA. So is that something that we can work on to help the department? And so we can use up the 21 billion sitting in the funds of the Bureau of Treasury. We just need to utilize these funds, and I think your suggestion, Mr. Speaker, the sponsor's suggestion, is something that we can all support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Senior Deputy Minority Leader. I joined the minority, this representation joins the minority in its advocacy to push for the mandate of the DICT.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I think in the past, in the previous years, since we're talking about special provisions, the SUF fee or funds allocated for the public Wi-Fi included public Wi-Fi infra-related program. And from reading the last year and this year, that disappeared. So I think the sponsor and the committee should probably include that, because you cannot have Wi-Fi if you don't have the infrastructure. What's the response of the sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
That is a very, very good idea, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And it should be reinstated in the special provisions for the SUF, Mr. Speaker.
Would the sponsor know why that was deleted in the first place? And who was responsible for that? Because I would like to have that office called to Congress, because I think that was a bad decision.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that is the special provision amendment was an act of Congress, and it was incumbent upon the DBM to just revert to its original position unless now acted upon by Congress once more, Mr. Speaker.
Would the sponsor know who initiated that in Congress in the past?
Oh, yes. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, a current member of the minority, Congresswoman B.H. Herrera D. was the one who initiated that. And
Okay.
the good senior deputy minority leader, my good friend, Paul Dasa.
No, I don't recall that. We, on the floor now is the issue on why public Wi-Fi infrastructure was deleted from the special provision. I never signed off or recommended that. Well, regardless, it's good that that was brought out. The Honorable Herrera is here. We will clarify. We will support the Vice Chair and the Appropriations Committee on that particular issue. I think what's more important, Mr. Speaker, I guess, is maybe not looking back, but just to move forward, to find solutions. Maybe it's good we tested one provision. It seems to be not, it was counterproductive. So it's good we had a discussion on that. We will support the Vice Chair, the sponsor, should they wish to revert back to the original special provisions. Would that be acceptable to the sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
More than acceptable, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you to our sponsor. Thank you to the Honorable Herrera. I think she gave me the thumbs up to move on this particular concern. Thank you, ma'am. Another concern is there was a reduction in the administration fee. You know, I think it was 3% to 5% on the gas limit for the SUF. I was informed that because of that reduction, the DICT had to let go of about 100 employees. You know, we're just recovering from the pandemic. I understand the President said we should do right sizing, and that's probably a good policy going forward. But for a new department that's trying to improve its utilization, I think it's counterproductive to terminate 100 employees because we reduced the administrative fee of the SUF from 5 to 3%. What are the thoughts of the good sponsor on this concern?
This is an interesting point, Mr. Speaker, because one of the challenges to which the current dilemma of the agency is owed is the organizational setup. So now, under its current operating system, we are mostly job order based. So we are reliant, the agency is reliant on gas for its manpower. So absent any remedies to its current organizational challenges, we will have to resort to gas-provided manpower, meaning job order-based, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will leave it to the wisdom of the sponsor and the committee to address that particular issue. But for the record, I think it's bad policy when DBM or the House or anyone reduces certain small items which will negatively impact employment, having just been recovering from the pandemic, helping a new department utilize funds. So I hope that the sponsor will address this concern and hopefully you bring back to employment those 100 individuals who were not renewed.
Mr. Speaker, Senior Deputy Minority Leader, could you kindly...
I wanted an assurance from the sponsor that that the committee will find a solution on the gas issue and bring back those employees who were not renewed. It will help the department, and just having recovered from the pandemic, it's heartless to terminate employees, especially new employees who's helping the department.
That would be a definite requirement, and definitely the agency would support that through the restoration of the administrative charges from 3 to 5%, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence of the sponsor, it's his time. I'd be more than willing to yield, because I was supposed to be the last to interpolate, to yield for a short manifestation of the Honorable Herrera, with the permission of the sponsor.
With my indulgence, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Congressman Herrera, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa DICT family. Well, I'm happy that SDML Paul mentioned already about the special provision, because we intend again to put this back in the proper time. We will move that we include again the special provision. But one of the things that I'd like to find out, quick question lang, SDML Paul, through you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, is maybe we can study. I know that the free Wi-Fi comes from the SUF, and then these should come back to the people in terms of services of the free Wi-Fi. I'm just thinking at the top of my head, the ELGU app, the eGov app, and the services that we give is also services that we give back to the people. And maybe it's something that we can explore together with the ICT on how we can tweak still that special provision to include this. Is that something that the ICT and the sponsor is open to? Let's look into the possibility of how we can widen it some more so that we can make use of this free Wi-Fi budget that we have.
Mr. Speaker, in response to the Honorable Herrera D's query, the SUF was a creation of law. So a thorough study would have to be conducted, exhaustive, in fact, to see if those things can be included. But for the meantime, we would be more than happy to just simply have the infrastructure to support the connectivity to the free Wi-Fi program. But definitely, these are services which will redound to the benefit of the people, and we may be able to consider them. So we can have a position paper on that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. That's why my last point, and I would like to reiterate and request again the ICT, let's work together, because we have to pass a new law to amend the use of the SUF so it can be broadened and widened. So I've been asking for this from the ICT. I hope this time we can take a serious look at this together with Congress so we can widen the use of the SUF. Sayang naman po yung 22 billion or 21, pero mga na siguro nasa ano na yan, plus 6 billion pa this year. Para we could already make use of it. But we will study the special provision as to how we could add that. But for now, we would like to put on record that we would definitely put back, hopefully with the help of my colleagues, the special provision that was there in the GAA of 2023, maibalik sa GAA of 2024. That's all, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Maraming salamat po, and I look forward to that amendment of that law so that we could release already and unclog the SUF.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam
Thank you,
Interpreter.
Congresswoman Herrera.
Mr.
Congressman
Speaker.
Paul Daza, you're recognized again.
Thank you. Thank you to the sponsor for allowing the Honorable Herrera to make those clarifications. And I would allow the timer to use up my time for that. But anyway, I'm about to wind up. I wanted to focus on cybersecurity. That's one of the key thrust programs of the DICT. Could you just share a little bit about cybersecurity? There's a lot of concerns on online scam. We all know about that. I think, what can the sponsor share with us on the thrust of DICT on cybersecurity and online scams and fraud.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, according to data, to current data, the figures are quite alarming. The Philippines is now number 2 in cyber sex crimes, exploitation of youngsters, of children, and also number 2 in most attacked countries by hackers. So we have to be able to counter this, and denizens of the dark web are particularly aware of our vulnerability. We are well known for being wide open to attacks, to sex crimes. So it is with ardent request that we ask for support for the agency in its quest to battle this, and at least bring our rankings in this instance lower. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for that. I asked because, I'm not an IT expert, and I remember about a year ago, an expert told me that we're going through warfare, and I go, what do you mean? And she told me, sir, don't you know that warfare now is not physical? It doesn't have to be physical. There's cyber warfare. And actually, every day we're getting attacked. And everybody gets attacked. So that's why I wanted to highlight this particular thrust of the ICT because of all the cyber threats. Now, if there are concerns on underutilization or low utilization on some programs, I know that there are certain equipment, maybe even personnel or whatever it may be, that will help the ICT in dealing with cyber threats, cybersecurity, online scam. I know that there are many good programs or PAPs that the DICT can do that just needs funding that's not in the NEP of the DICT for 2024. So would the sponsor support initiatives of whatever office within the DICT to address this? Because I think it's becoming now definitely a higher priority, especially with what's happened with our airports and other sad stories.
Definitely, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, one of the small attached agencies or corporation that's attached to the ICT is the National Privacy Commission. They're seldom talked about, but they serve an important role. And in the budget hearing, Mr. Speaker, in the Apro budget hearing, I came to know that to keep improving their operations and services, there are a few unfunded programs within the NPC. We don't have to talk about details. I just wanted to get the sense of the sponsor on the priorities for the National Privacy Commission, because from what I recall in the past, they're also involved with dealing with online scam, because part of the common scam, I don't even know the term, I think phishing, where they try to get your identity, your password, and all of that. So that's within the universe of the NPC. So if we wanted to deal with cyber threat, online fraud, scam, how are we capacitating NPC, and what do they need to be able to help the mother agency deal with these concerns?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I have here a list of NEDA-endorsed projects which were not included in the NEP of the National Privacy Commission. If I will enumerate: managed Service for an Advanced Data Management and Process Analytics Digital Platform Data Privacy and Security Strengthening Program, amounting to 510 million. Digitalization of NPC Financial Management Administrative Services, 24.8 million. And last would be Strategic Human Resource Developments, amounting to 37.244 million. All NEDA endorsed, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, in a scheme of things, it's a 5.76 trillion. Those amounts mentioned is not really that large. I will leave it up to the committee, to the majority, to address those issues. Our job is to highlight what we think need to be prioritized and funded. I definitely support a data management digital platform because they're dealing with data, names, and confidential information. I think they should be funded for that. But for the one mentioned, the second one, I think financial management, digitalization of financial management, wouldn't that be something that the ICT central office can help the NPC do that as part of the e-digitalization program?
Definitely, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I would suggest that. I think that's too much details for the floor, but that would be my recommendation should that remain unfunded. I think the good Undersecretary for Digitization should help NPC on that. That probably wouldn't be such a big amount. Would that be a good idea, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, that is definitely a good idea.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the very good answers and the clarification. I think we all appreciate that. Thank you to Secretary Ivan Uy, who's here with us, spent the hours here with us, and the other undersecretaries and officials for spending your time on this very important deliberation on your budget. And Mr. Speaker, having no more members of the minority who wish to ask questions, I move to terminate the deliberation of the 2024 budget of the DICT, including the attached agencies and corporations.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of the Interior and Local Government, including attached agencies. I so move.
Interior and Local Government. DICT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, minority.
I withdraw my
majority.
motion. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my motion. On the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the DICT and its attached agencies. So move.
Thank you very much. There is a joint motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The interpellations on the proposed budget of the DICT technology, DICT, including attached agencies, is hereby terminated. Congratulations.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
I move that we suspend session for a few minutes to allow the technical staff and resource persons of the committee access to the floor.
Session suspended.